Hello, happy Farf of July to all my US friends. Who's here? Hello, Nikki, Aya, Nix. It's gonna be hard calling you Nix again, unless you want us to still call you Tori, but Tori might slip out of once in a while. And hello, Horseman, how are ya? Happy completely normal Friday with zero significance. Listen, still Tori? Perfect, because I will probably still slip up and call you Tori. So that's good. I'm glad you are allowing us to still call you Tori. I love the name change. I think Nix Ignati is very cool. But I've known you as Tori for so long now. I know. So this is the first, like, not to be sappy or sad or anything, but this is the first year in 16 years, in 15 years that I haven't had a pet for the 4th. So, like, the fireworks are going off and I'm like, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I don't really need to be concerned anymore. And I felt really bad because Tatiana was being very kind and tagged me in the Discord and was like, these are things you can do to make sure that, like, that he's okay during the fireworks. And I didn't want to be like, thanks, but he passed. So I just was like, I don't know. I thought it was, I thought it was very, very sweet, but she must not have known, you know? But anyways, the best way to celebrate freedom is clearly to kill some zombies. Izarl, hello. Hello. Happy late Canada Day. The egg. The egg. Okay. Let me do this. How does the stream look? I attempted to stream in 2K because I got invited to the 2K program, which I was like, yay, cool, something nice happening to me regarding my stream lately, and it, like, people couldn't watch. It just, like, lagged the whole time. Zarl, how are you? I feel like it's been a moment since you've been in stream. Not to say that in like a where have you been, but just like it's been a while. I miss you. Like I hope you're well. Like, but also where have you been? Okay, where am I? Guys, this look. So our pre-rolls come with a lighter. Help. Help me. I'm a terrible person. You are a terrible person and you should feel terrible for your actions. No, I'm kidding. I really genuinely hope you're well. I truly, truly do. I haven't streamed in so long that this desk is like so messy. Like I just pulled a string. Like an actual string, not like a hair, like a string, out of my keyboard somehow. That's very strange. Keep them for stockings for Christmas. She's killed from what I know 3 since yesterday. Yeah, you said that in Discord the other day. You said that in Discord. Hi, Oni, welcome back. Definitely grabbing it when I get my first PC. Haven't played it in years. Your mom was asking me about your PC and stuff, and I gave her lots of different websites and lots of places to look, so hopefully you do end up getting a really good one. I tried to help the best I could. Yeah, you said that in the Discord the other day, Nikki, that your cat has been killing everything. That's crazy. Trying to decide what to do for dinner. I have leftovers in the fridge, but it's Friday. Guys, the most devastating thing happened to me the other day. So I came home after the movies on Thursday and I ordered myself some dinner, and I ordered this new place that I was really excited about. It's called Tony Macaroni. Apparently they're a chain. I've never heard of them before. Anyway, I was excited to order from them because I like wanted to order from them. So I ordered DoorDash like I always do, and I get a message from my DoorDasher and he's like, hey, I just got to the restaurant and they're closed. And I'm like, that's weird. They like I ordered them on DoorDash. They're like, that's weird. Like they're on DoorDash and it says that they're accepting orders until 11 p.m. And they're like, yeah, no, they close at 9, whatever. So the Dasher just like disconnected the Dash. Like he didn't even like figure out if the store was like, he just was like, store's closed, and like disconnected the Dash. So another DoorDasher like got assigned to it, and then they said the same thing. They're like, sorry, like I just got this Dash, I don't know how late it is or whatever, but the store is closed. And I'm like, that is so like, what the heck, that's so weird. So I go on their actual website, and their actual website shows their hours being until 9 p.m. but their DoorDash hours are till 11 p.m. Like whoever put their DoorDash in did it wrong or whatever. So like I didn't even get my food, and then I had to like order something else. So I pretty much had to like pay twice, but I like, because if I tried to cancel the Tony Macaroni, if I tried to cancel the Tony Macaroni, but they were like, oh, there'll be a $5 charge because the store is like working on your order. And I was like, that's stupid. Like, I'll just wait for it to time out. So like, if like too long passes, DoorDash will be like, oops, sorry, couldn't get anybody to do your order, blah, blah. But that's like a long ass time. That's like 2 hours or something like that. So I had to order something else in the meantime. So basically I ordered 2 dinners knowing that I would get refunded for one of them. And I was like, I was so annoyed. And I still never got my Tony Macaroni. So, because apparently it gets worse, chat. It gets worse. Tony Macaroni apparently is only open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. What? It was closed for the summer, but still open on the delivery app. You're even hungrier than... Exactly. Isn't that crazy? $5? Yeah, because it was in progress. So it's like a inconvenience fee or whatever. I don't know. But basically, like, I had to wait for it to time out. So I had to like order something else. So that was just really annoying. And I just wanted to try this place. I still want to try this place, but I'm angry at them now. And now I have the hiccups because I was talking so fast. All right, let's shoot some zombies. Whoa, look at that zombie bear. That zam bear. Mr. Tony needs to sort out his shit. No kidding. Hi. Do I just do it? There's nothing leading up to it. I just do it? Okay. They owe me free macaroni. I honestly, I was so excited, chat. I ordered 2 things. I literally ordered tortellinis and a pizza. I was that excited. I was like, I want to try 2. I want to try 2 things. I can't pick. Oh yeah, my horse. Oh, it's not gonna be Jeff. Well, who's our horse? Who's our horse? Come here. Oh, you are not Jeff. Oh, alright. We'll get on not Jeff, I guess. Come here, not Jeff.
Yeah.
No, it's not Jeff. Jeff, remember Jeff died of old age because I ended up playing as his son. Which, I don't know if I ever told you. I think I posted it in the Discord, but, I know how to ride my horse. Stop. Thank you. I ended up looking it up, and Dave was right. When we finished Red Dead, like when we finished the story mode of this, and you fast forward to his son, and I was like, how long is this supposed to be? And Dave was like, it's like 4 years, and I was like, no way, it's got to be like 10. Dave was right. It was only 4 years. The guy that you play when you're his kid was 15 when you were playing as his kid, and that motherfucker was supposed to be 19 years old when you play as him. He looked like he was 37, okay? But anyways, so Jeff might not have been dead from old age. We probably still could have still been using Jeff. Oh no, you got tie-dye on your shoes. Ugh.
Yeah.
A macaroni place that has pizza, I guess. So, hi, Zeus. I meant to say hello specifically to you, but I was going crazy telling my story. But hi, Zeus. How are you? I hope you're well. Life ages you hard? I guess so. It's still doing the thing with his feet that it did when I was playing base game. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're supposed to be 19. Like, sir. Oh, something's on fire. Oh, a lot of things are on fire. Wait, the map looks different. Oh, oh, wow. Everything is yeller. It's yeller. Everything's yeller. It was all yeller to me.
Come on.
The world is a dumpster fire. God save us. The dead have risen. We are all going to hell. Yes, it's true.
Place is deserted.
Oh my gosh, zombies? Where? I have my gun. Where are zombies? All yeller. Yeah, exactly. It was all yeller to me. Right? Isn't that System of a Down song? When they pretend to be Coldplay? Castlevania Nocturne. It's almost... That's... Are you sure you're not watching your made-up anime? Life is a soup and I am a fork. I would like to shoot a zombie. The huh? You know which one I'm talking about.
It's me.
Your anime you used to watch that you made up.
What are you doing here? I thought you went back to Yale.
Well, I did, but I came back for another round of research, and now all hell is quite literally broken loose.
What is going on?
Which one did it had like 17 different names.
A thinker, a wise man, and I'll be honest with you, sir, I haven't got a fucking clue.
Well, ain't that dandy?
What should we do?
Well, I suggest we try to find other survivors, band together, and find a cure.
Yeah.
Or fight to the death trying.
Well, that sounds great and all, but I'm just peachy. But I'm not sure that I'm not cut out for such shenanigans. I was thinking
I know,
more
the
that,
cocaine guy. Yeah.
finding a horse and riding back to
Did
the
you think a
civilized
syringe
north
of cocaine?
at the speed of knots before writing a paper on the events from the comfort of my study. I'm a scientist after all, right? I mean, I can't do much science if I'm some bloodshot dervish's lunch, can I? Much as I would like.
Your sense of duty is very impressive, Professor. I'm gonna search the back street for survivors.
No, perhaps staying with you would be
Wait,
safer.
stay night unlimited blade works? Yeah.
Could you just
See?
wait a
You
second
made
here,
that up.
would you please? I'm going to wander down that lonely, deserted street and get my bag.
You're gonna get eaten.
Wait, you should stay with me, Professor. You haven't got a gun.
Oh, no, it's okay. There's no need to worry. Everyone's already dead.
He's
I
gonna
left my
get
stuff
eaten.
with Mr. Nastas. You remember him. Indian fellow, dumb as bricks, but a good sort.
Oh yeah, he was calling the Indian guy
Okay.
dumb, but he spoke
Well,
perfect
maybe in a
English.
couple minutes.
Affirmative. A couple of minutes.
I remember that part. Yeah, get eaten. I called it. Oh wait, that's the guy. Like I like my coffee in a crack pipe. Yeah, same. Just little tiny sips at a time of coffee. Why being polite? True. I'm so amazing at this game. Oh wait, now I have to kill you. Now I have to kill you in the head. Wait, you're dead? No, you're not. Now you are. Headshot. Nope. That... What? I totally missed the headshot. Still shot him in the body anyway. Are you dead? Wait, can I? Oh, I can. Okay. Ice is the zombie like the pro. Exactly. I don't need this shit.
I don't care how many times I have to kill you.
That total. Wait, do I have my shotgun? Do I have a shotgun? Is that what's going on?
Next time, try not believing in reincarnation.
How do I switch my gun again? Oh yeah, like that. No. No. That's why I was missing headshots. Oh my god, I'm missing headshots. I have no weapons because it's not like my file. It's just... I need to go... Alright, I need to go to the guy. Well, because, like, it started me with this shit, and then it switched me to something else, and I was like, why am I using a different weapon than when I was, like, running around with my weapon out? Zombie Marston! Dave, thank you so much for 20 months. That's crazy. That's crazy. You could go anywhere on Twitch and you choose to be here.
From the other side, mister.
What's up, Dave?
This is
I was
something
actually
I don't
hoping
wanna
you'd
think
be here
about.
because I knew that you wanted me to play this specifically. Zombies. Excuse me. Why?
Stay dead, please.
You guys are being silly. I've been here the whole time. Having not Canada Day. Yeah, what better way to celebrate independence than zombies? Oh, I'm out of ammo. Okay, hold on. I don't have anything else though. Like that's literally all I've got is the shotgun. So bro, you need to run faster with your reloading. Hi, Wolfie! May any fireworks be enjoyable and not disturb your pets? I know, I was saying a minute ago that this is my first fourth where I don't have any pets to like be worried about with the fireworks. And it's a very strange feeling. Wait, why go piss girl? Why? You want me to just go? We would just go piss? Just figure it out and go piss somewhere? I have one shot left. Where the fuck is this dude? In here? Hello? Oh, thank you, Wolfie.
Anyone here?
I appreciate that.
Hello? Anyone here?
In here, mister. In here, mister.
Come out. It's okay. Come out. I don't bite. Bad joke. I mean, come out.
Yeah.
My family, mister.
I
And
could
mine,
just
I
pee.
fear.
No one could know.
I saw my mama rip my daddy's face off and drink his blood.
Oh, that's fireworks.
And they were happily married 20 years.
I'm sorry.
What does that say? Close the borders.
Glad to see my mama. Because she's been dead for 3 years from the smallpox.
What?
Your mama was dead?
I saw her walk up onto the porch. And then boom!
She ate my daddy.
She ate my daddy.
Her hair is fucked up.
You weren't a bad man, mister. You weren't. Sure, he liked to drink, but he weren't bad. And sure, he liked the company of women, but he weren't bad, mister. He weren't.
No one deserves to have their blood drunk.
I mean, he knew how to use his fist. And if a woman spoke at her place, he reminded her of it and everything. And when my mama was dying, people said that he was lying with her sister, but that weren't true, mister. It weren't.
Who is
But you
this
said your mother
woman?
was dead.
Her and Mr. Braithwaite. He's been dead a year. And then yesterday, he walked up that street eating dogs. And he loves animals. All the dead folk have come
The
back
three
to
playing
life,
World of
mister.
Warcraft. Or
Only they
Warcraft
ain't
2,
happy.
really.
It's a funny kind of salvation.
All the dead folk?
All the folk buried at the cemetery over by the churchyard.
My God. I'm gonna go have a look. You wanna come?
No, I already seen my mama. I don't need to see any more of my relatives. Here, mister. Take this.
Why'd she just tell, like,
You can burn
everything?
them. Maybe you can put their souls to rest.
Oh, no, I'm not burning them. I'm shooting them in the brains.
mister! You see my Uncle Mordecai? You burn him. Burn him real good, you hear?
I didn't trust this lady. I think she did it. She did it. Burn the bodies and clear the undead. I don't want to. I want to shoot them. No, get down. Torch is a powerful melee weapon. Oh, lame. Bonk, 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 bonk.
Now that's dead.
Come here. Bonk. Bonk.
You ain't even me, friend.
What? You're on fire, bish. You can lock onto an opponent with your melee weapon with what? Oh, okay. That's stupid. During a grapple, you are sometimes given the opportunity to perform an execution with E. Okay. Come here, lady. I got fire. That's not how you burn someone, Arthur. Or not Arthur. John.
Like that?
That you're supposed to light them on fire. That's not fire. Hi, Andy. Welcome in. How are you? Happy 4th.
I knew it.
When we say overkill, it's like the whole point is that you're supposed to be putting their souls to rest by lighting them on fire, not stabbing them in the head with the torch. Come here. That's not how you do things, John.
I hope heaven's better the second time around.
I hope heaven's better the second time around. Without bullets or whatever. No, I get it. But she specifically was like, burn them to set their souls free or whatever. And he's like, nah. I could be using not Jeff, but it's not Jeff, so you know. Burn the coffin. What coffin? What coffin? Inside? This one? Burn coffin. Oh no. A zombie. I just want to hunt like the chupacabra and shit. Burn the remaining coffins. Hey, knock that shit off. I can deadeye with the thing. That's funny. Wait, I'm trying to deadeye. It won't let me. Okay, fine. No, that's what I want. That's what I said. I just want to like hunt the chupacabra and stuff. Like I think that'd be so fun. Hey, John, turn around. Wait, I'm so there's another coffin there. Alright. I hate that they're doing the stereotypical thing, just like giving zombies like super mega reach. Tripped over a gravestone. Occasionally charge from long distance. Bitch. He was an exuberant family man, I'm sure. Give me all this ammo, please. No, give me this. Who can I not search? I'm trying to search and you will not allow me to.
You won't be needing that.
Oops. There we go. No, go back. Give me the search again. No, go back. Give it back. There we go. I don't like that man. Well, he's dead.
This is a new low.
Yeah, I just started. Yeah, I just started. I want to hunt. The dead will walk the earth, exactly. Alright, return to Blackwater. Come on, not Jeff. Come on, not Jeff. Ah, got a new weapon. I have one that's not the shotgun. Look at that. The chat, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. This horse sucks. It's not Jeff.
Oh, jeez. Hey.
Hey.
Lend me a hand.
Sister survivors. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna give up. Oh my god!
Come on! That's it!
Pop. Easy peasy.
Come on.
Are you still not dead? Now you're dead. Nice. Town safety. Why are you not safe? Whoa. Why did... Oh, because it's 2 stars. Okay. I was like, why did it just restart? Pow. Pow. Pat. Pat. Pow. Pow. Why are you doing this to me?
That's better.
Kill the remaining undead to save the town. What? I did it. No. Yeah, get shot in the face.
Get away from me.
Can they zombie fight? I don't know. No, he seems okay over there. I see better when I turn on. I feel like I also do, but I don't think it's seeing. I think it's just like not being distracted, like having like my full attention.
That's unfortunate.
Then don't maybe present. You can explore with us. Okay. Just tell me marked with okay across. Oh, I got it. But not for long. It'll be overrun with the undead again. Well, yeah. Is this my house? Is this my house? Wait, where's my house? Is this my house? Where's my house? Is this my house? This my house? Okay. What outfits do I have? Oh. Let's wear this one. Use. Yeah. Okay. Sleep in the bed. Sleep in the bed. Nom, 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 nom. Yes, I want to save. There's nothing else there to save. Like, let's just do it. Silly. Oh, what's up? Nothing. Oh yeah, I forgot this box doesn't. This game doesn't like collectibles and stuff. Go down, please. No, no. This game really wants me to play on controller. Dragon fruit, yeah, it's the dragon fruit, but it's the one from Starbucks, not the one from Dunkin' this time. I just happened to be out with my mom earlier, and we got Starbucks. Right. I want to shoot stuff. Oh, my neck.
Folks okay?
Oh, just fantastic. I just saw my daughter get eaten by some creature sent straight from hell. Thanks for asking.
I'm kind of sorry I did.
Sorry, mister. Forgive my wife. We've suffered terribly.
What's going on?
Well, it's the government's fault.
Ain't it always?
Well, they let in too many foreigners. Just shut the goddamn border, or things like this happen. My daughter was just some satanic demon's lunch because of the goddamn government.
Okay, first of all...
I pay my taxes. Well,
It's a zombie.
I think we may be moving a little
I pay
off
my
topic
taxes
here.
usually.
I ain't a wise man, but I have done a little traveling. These creatures ain't like any foreigners I've ever seen.
Thanks for the input, cowpoke.
Wow.
I got flesh-eating monsters feasting on my family, and I'm taking advice about tolerance from a gunslinger. What in the world has my life come to? And my daddy told me I never should have gotten married. This is all
I
your
can't
fault,
tell.
you useless man.
Oh, Not now,
Because I would assume they would just
Doreen.
recycle
Not this
assets, but I
again.
feel like the hair is worse
Your
in the
daddy was
DLC than it
a
was in the
bully
base
a
game.
drunk.
Well, you ain't no kind of man.
Listen,
Like, their hair is
sorry to
so
interrupt your
bad.
happy reminiscences. Is there anything I can do to help? You got any idea of how we can survive?
Well, you could try shooting them creatures, you dumb fool.
Ma'am, it's been a real pleasure. Sir, you're a man of great patience.
See? That feller ain't
Search
hiding
for
away
more
like a little girl who's
survivors.
wet
That
herself.
feller.
I thought we agreed we should stick together.
So we're just gonna stay up here till we either starve.
Hey, you one of them, mister?
The crazy colors of the sky, yeah.
Do I look like one
That's
of them?
John Marston you're talking
come no
to.
closer.
Exactly.
We made that mistake before, lost half our number.
I ain't one of them, you fool.
Well, how do I know?
Because he's not a
They can't
zombie.
speak.
I'm kind of hungry,
I'm
guys. I
taking
might
no
order
chances.
something.
Kill him! He's one of them!
Yeah.
No, I ain't.
Don't take no chances, Silas.
Have it your way, all right? Listen. I ain't coming no closer. Do you know what's going on?
It's the glass eye! The freak with a glass eye! He caused this!
No, it's the snake oil man. These poor folks have been drugged.
I blame the Mexicans. They haven't been struck down.
All right, we heard a lot of stories, mister. Some say it's a moon, some say it's drugs. Hey, don't come no closer now, stand back. Apparently it's worse in New Austin. Must be where it came from.
And it looks like I'm headed down to New Austin. Did one of you say snake oil?
It's the glass eye!
I blame the Mexicans.
Oh, Connie McTavish, you don't know nothing! You always was an ignorant
Connie
shrew.
McTavish,
I
that
bet
is a
your husband's
name.
glad he's dead!
She just sounds like a bitch. If I met somebody and she's like, "Hi, my name is Connie McTavish," I'd be like, "We can't speak."
You say you're sorry, you hillbilly white trash!
Yeah, now how we gonna rebuild America like this? Now, see, I thought we had it all decided. We was gonna be kind and gentle and pay homage to our leader, who happens to be me.
Sounds like you folks have this all worked out. Have yourself a fine America. And good luck.
We never had that decided. We decided we would hold elections and that I would be leader.
You can't even read.
Well,
It's been a real
got
pleasure. I
gravity.
know. Bless
I mean,
your heart.
Gravy. I mean, folk respect me.
I am the new king, Archibald Andrews, me. Now pay homage.
I missed who that was while I ordered food. Was that just like somebody just pop up?
Snap out.
Complete Curious Tales from Blackwater Survivor mission. Okay. Nigel West Deckins. Ah! Wait, I have to. Oh,
Try and
why
bite
did
me
I?
again.
That I couldn't shoot like 4 times. That was so weird. I don't understand how that happened. That was very, very strange. It would not shoot. I saved you.
God knows what he would have done to me.
Sorry
I
for
know
your
what he would have
loss.
done to you.
It had to be done.
He would have ate your face.
Now, this is really rough.
Would have ate your face. Alright, how far do we have to go? Oh. Oh. Let's go here. How do I do it? Yeah. Okay, and then do that. Okay. Not Jeff, let's go. Come on, not Jeff.
Come on.
No, not Jeff. It's fine. Just ignore them. Because you are not Jeff, and you can't run away fast enough. How far are we going back? Oh god. Yeah, the fact that it's like... It's literally people you know coming back from the dead. And you're like, it's because we let them foreigners in. Like, no, it was your Uncle Jim. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh yeah, I want to find stuff. Like, I want to find, like, there's, like, a chupacabra. There's a unicorn, I think, was one of them. There's a jackalope. There's a bunch of, like, There's a bunch of like cryptids you could hunt in this, and I want to find them. Oh my gosh, what are you? That was a fucking bat.
Whoa!
Wait, what's that? Holy hell, how many fucking shots do you take? Oh my god, it's still fucking alive! No! No, I want to shoot this thing. Go away. What are we? Who are you talking to? Getting too close?
See you next time around.
Was that a thing? Was that the jackalope? Because it took so many shots, my guy. Holy. There's no way I found it that early. I'll never find it again. Wait, there's another one right here. No, it's just like a regular dude. It's just like a regular thing. Wait, he disappeared. When I shot him, he disappeared. What? There's another one. What? It disappears. Why? What is going on? Don't really need you to be hunting. No.
Damn you!
See, that one stayed. That one's going. So, like, why? Can't skin it though. So weird. It's a diversion. But, hold on. Because there is... Yeah, see, Sasquatch. Chupacabra, a unicorn.
Come on.
Do you know what's in the world here? Like, are you asking, like, story-wise? Because other, like, I just know that people are coming back and they're blaming the government. That's all I know so far. But yeah, like, I know that there's, like, mystical and, like, mythical animals. Is itchy. Wait, why go this? Why this way? Wait, what's here? Man's a need to post. Talk to the survivor to figure out how you can help. Okay. I can't get around my horse. Oh, God. This game does not like mouse and keyboard. Hello, can I help? Can I help? Give 5 shotgun ammo. There you go.
I'll try.
Sure. Do I have to give you ammo? Yeah. What?
Kill a couple of those freaks for me.
That's crazy.
Nature. Damn it.
Did you shoot me on accident? Dumbass? Maybe I should use my shotgun.
Too close to my liking.
What the? Did just like suddenly stop moving? Okay, is this town safe now?
You shouldn't have tried to bite me, should you?
When saving towns, you'll be rewarded with a weapon you don't currently have. That's kind of dope.
Well, that didn't go well.
Okay. Fireworks and the capping the zombies. The zombies, it's true. What is this green? What's this green? Wait, what is this green? Does it just mean it's a town or something? Ammo cache. Oh, it's on the other side of the fence. I see it now. Alright, we got lots of ammo now. What's the new weapon we just got? A tomahawk, I think, is the weapon we just got. Alright, come on, not Jeff. Wait, wasn't there another... Oh. Oh yeah, this is where we're going. Birth of the conservation movement. Come on, Jeff. Not Jeff. Not Jeff. Not Jeff. Oh, he's so slow. Jeff would have totally already been here by now. Just saying. Also, I'm not happy with how my camera looks lately, and I don't know what it is that I'm not happy about, but I just like, it used to look better when I had it on top of my monitor, and now that I've moved it to being on its own stand, I just haven't found like the sweet spot that I like yet, but I can't put my finger on why. It's very strange.
Let's go. Yeah.
Why is this taking me like all over here? Also, why do you have your tomahawk out? This just goes this way. This just goes this way.
Yeah.
Alright. Hello? Hello?
I got one, mister. Hey, I got one.
Got what, mister?
The damn Sasquatch, the filthy thing was gonna eat my dog when this girl hollered out, and I shot the thing right through the heart. Boom, like that.
You feeling all right, mister? I've seen a lot of strange things recently, but no Sasquatch running around here. Nor no place else. They're made up.
There's Sasquatches every place, cowboy. They're nastier than your mother-in-law with a bad case of that virus. Down in Manzanita Post, they ate a little girl.
Are you serious?
Do I look like I'm joking?
Kinda.
The hills are infested with them. Kill them! Kill the bastards before they kill all of us! Kill them! Kill them! I ain't afraid of you, you dumb hairy bastards!
Why are we just... John, why are we just leaving? Kill 6 Sasquatches? I thought it was gonna be just one motherfucker. Holy shit. I can't wait to see one though. I assume they look like a Sasquatch, right? Like, just like a tall, hairy man walking. Tall trees. So I'm in tall trees. Oh, okay, right there. I always do that. I don't know why I can't remember to just hit the map button again. That's crazy. I need better weapons. I have a fucking tomahawk and I have an empty carbine repeater. And a shotgun. Ugh. It's very gray, though, I've noticed. Oh, there's fireworks. I hear them now.
I must be dreaming. See you next time around.
Do any of you have ammo?
I guess this will come in useful.
Shotgun ammo. Great. Alright. Come on, sassy. Kind of even better.
Guess what? You ain't eating me.
Kind of better than the, what you call it? Torch. Can I pick these back up? No? Dang.
This is what it's come to. I'll take that. Sorry about that.
What's the red X supposed to be? What is the red X supposed to be? Oh, I see him! Oh my god, I see him! Come here! Motherfucker! Yay! Can I search you? What you got? Sasquatch teeth. Okay. Sasquatch eyes. A mythical creature has appeared in the area. Is it just another Sasquatch? Is that a unicorn? No, it's just a horse. Wait, come here. Are you a zombie horse? Is that what's going on? Come here. Come here. Come here.
Nature sure is messed up. Calm down.
It's like a stinky zombie horse.
Devil creature. I got you now, freak. What on earth is wrong with you, creature?
Oh my god, the camera's all fucked up. With this tree.
What is wrong with you, freak? This is pure madness. How'd I get myself into this?
Let's go. What did I just get? 4 horses of the apocalypse. It's pestilence. It's pestilence, right?
Come on.
That's crazy. Okay, you've broken a horse with the pestilence. I was fucking right. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. All right, we're gonna go back here and get some. No, I need to hold on. I need to hitching post fast. There's zombies around you when you find that. Draw them in, and they should kill the Sasquatch. Oh, kind of like some lethal warfare there. That's kind of cool.
Come on.
So, but like, what if I get? What if I get one of the other ones? Can I swap to them? That's so cool. They'll trash zombies.
Yeah.
But you can swap, right? Like, what if, like, let's just say, like, I'm sure war is gonna be stronger than, like, pestilence. Oh, what was that? A fucking zombie shit. Oh, wait, no, why, what? No, no, no!
Go down and join your mate. Let's go.
forgot I had my lasso. Oh, here. There should be a hitching post here.
Whoa!
All right, don't jump off a cliff here, Pesty. Pesty. Or maybe we should call him Lance. Pestilance. Pesty Lance.
Easy.
All right, where's a hitching post? Oh, here's one right here. Hitch. Nice. All right. Oh, there's an ammo cache in here. Yay. Okay. Now, where were we going? We were going back to here. And we're hunting some more. Do that every freaking time. Come on, Lance. Come on, Lance. Wow, you so fast, Lance. Let's go. How fast are you? Okay, Lance is okay. He's got crazy stammies, though.
Come on.
Like, his stamina doesn't go past here, but he doesn't also go faster than this. It seems. A Bramblegast. That sounds cool. I don't even know what that looks like. Maybe I do. I don't own balls. Come on.
Come on. Come on.
I feel like I've gotten like 3 achievements in the first like hour of playing this game. Like, there's no way that's gonna be this easy. Or is it just really short?
Come on.
Okay, yeah, I do know who that is. Okay. I guess I forgot that's his dumb name. Easy and brief. Good.
Come on.
I almost Horseman definitely put some sense into me. I was like, maybe I'll start Expedition 33 tonight because I've been dying to play it. But Horseman was like, didn't you just want to get this done? And I was like, yeah, you're right. Let's just get it done.
Yeah.
And then I guess we should start Red Dead 2 and stop getting distracted. Alright, let's not kill my horse, right? I guess we do have to take the road then. I was just gonna try to take a shortcut. Zombies! Can I just like plow into them? Alright, let's get another squatch. Oh, the red arrow is a little cheaty, I think. But, you know, what do I know? Come on, Lance, you can do it. Come on, Lance, you can do it. Come on, Lance, you can do it. Come on, Lance. 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 Let's go. Alright, where the fuck is he?
Let's go.
Okay, here's where the X is. Oh, he a big boy. That's just a zombie, though. Or was that a Sasquatch? Oh, no. Was that it? Oh my god, that was. I just thought he was just a tall zombie. Oh, fuck. You're gonna clip me saying you were right? There's nothing super special. I would just agree with you. Come on. Why you gotta out me like that? Hello? Ma'am? You?
Monsieur, I'm feeling sick.
Yeah, you are a vampire.
Only thing that's gonna cure you is
Oh, no. Okay. You're just... The way her body died. What other options would there have been for that lady? Like, what other choices could I have made there?
Give the devil my regards.
Like, kill her before she turns? Like, I'm not sure what my choices were there.
Now, this is really low. Come on.
Oh, let's see if Nikki's right. Argon it is! Look at you, Nikki. You're so smart. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Does the skinning trick also work in this?
Whoa, whoa.
Hell yeah, it does. Alright, what's next? All the way up here. Holy smokes.
Come on.
Come on, Lance, let's go. Ooh, whoa.
Whoa there.
Whoa, 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 wait, what was that? Holy shit, whoa, that's so fast.
Yeah.
What was that? Was that the fucking unicorn?
Let's go.
It was so fast.
Yeah.
What was that? I saw smoke. I know it ran by so fast, and I turned around to like get a look at it, and I just saw the trail that it left behind, and it was gone.
Whoa.
It was just gone. That's crazy. What does a chupacabra look like, though? I don't even think I know.
Man, I'm in trouble now.
Okay.
Come on.
2 more Sasquatches. Starving mangy coyotes. Okay, well that sucks because that other thing that looked like a disgusting zombie wolf may have been it, but I don't know what a chupacabra is supposed to look like, so I didn't do anything. Some of them just are, some of them just literally go by so quickly that I can't even see what they are. All right, I'm gonna get off my horse and I'm going to just make my way down this. In the game though. I imagine they're gonna look something like they do in Myth. There's the Sasquatch right there though. And I only have... Yeah, I only have my shotgun, so that sucks. Okay, one more. One more! Can I search you? Thank you. I'm real curious about... Wait, how come I can't... Can I not go yet? Oh, I can. Okay. Really curious about whatever that horse-looking thing that just bolted past me super quick was. Because if that was the unicorn, that would be insane. Wait, do I talk to this one or do I kill this one? Oh, I killed his whole family.
Shoot me, human. Shoot me.
Oh, I will, you foul creature of the night.
You'll be granting me peace.
Why's that? Keep you from eating more babies?
What in the name of all the traits are you talking about, human?
You eat babies. You have to survive. Everyone knows that. Ain't your fault.
We eat berries and mushrooms, you fool. But we did. Now none of us are left. Some maniac's been murdering us. I'm the last of my kind. We've lived in these hills 1,000 years.
You eat babies.
If you say so, human. My family is gone. My kind is gone. Shoot me. I can't take it anymore.
Well, shit.
Make it stop. Just wanted to be over.
Do I kill him?
Must you kill every...
You asked me to kill you! What do you mean? Why'd you run? He asked me to kill him.
Somebody help me!
Whoa. Here you go, lady.
I can never thank you enough.
You have any ammo?
What are you doing out here anyway? Ain't you seen what's going on?
Don't overthink this. Nah, I didn't. I killed him. I didn't overthink it at all. I just want to get all the Chivos. If I ask you to push me off a cliff, would you? And if those are if that's your wishes, why would I deny somebody their wishes?
You're all dead, you sick freaks! Be in hell. You have got to be kidding.
How am I out of ammo all the fucking time? Bro, I never ran out of ammo like this in the game. Oh no, how'd that happen? You finally answer? Whoa. An achievement I could do without? Listen, I didn't know. I just found some crazy old man and he was like, a Sasquatch ate my baby. And I was like, alright. I'm John Marston. I'll help. Lance! Alright, where should we go now? I'm so curious about this horse thing that was over here. If that was the unicorn man, I swear I'll never find it again.
Yeah.
Why is my horse giving off green dust? Because it's one of the 4 horses of the apocalypse. It's pestilence. Let's do this one. I should probably just do this one while we're literally back here. Wait, what? Oh, like that? Is that? Oh, wait. That, maybe? Then is that a whole... Like, should I be using these as reference, like, in the first one? Alright, let's just go back.
Yeah.
Where's Dave? Well, no, I don't want to be told everything. It was more just like, should I be using this as a reference kind of question. Tall trees. Tall trees. Let's go. Ba-da-ba-da. He's already here. There's no way. There's no way I'm gonna find another one of these horses this quickly. Wait, what are you? Okay, you're just a Zambi cougar or something. Oh yeah, because Dave wanted to watch me play. Listen, Dave's a chill guy. He just likes to be here and just hang out. That's not the direction I told you to turn, but sure. Wait, where am I going? Oh, it's so weird that I got rid of my thing.
Come.
And not Dave's not here? Not Dave? Are you not Dave? Well, I guess everyone else would be not Dave, huh? Okay, that's concerning.
Let's go.
Like, I don't know, something stuck to my face or like a hair that's like keeps touching, but it keeps like touching like the side of my nose.
Have mercy on us.
Talk to the survivor to figure out how you can help. Pochine. Oh no. I don't have ammo for this. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Let's get my stupid thing. Holy shit. Holy shit. Get out. John, get out. I couldn't even move. Holy shit. Wait, what was the things? What are my options? Load checkpoint or restart near town? Load checkpoint? No. No. So I guess restart near town. Okay. Dang, I like couldn't even move. That was so funny. Like, well, I have no ammo, so I can only use my melee rifle, my melee weapon, which is the stupid torch. I never struggled to have ammo in base game. And I have been out of ammo the entire time I've been playing this shit.
Sweet Mother of mercy.
All right, let's go in and talk to the survivor somehow.
Taking a shot. Go meet your maker.
Hello.
Hey, you use
Need 5 sniper rifle. I
I'll see what I
can't.
can do.
I don't have it. I don't have ammo for this. Like literally. Look, I've got 1. Oh my god. Alright, well. Torch time, I guess. It says that there's an ammo cache over here. Yeah, I know, but I need the ammo cache. No! Laughing too much watching this game. Yeah, but you guys, like, you did the same thing when I was playing the first one. I think you guys are just silly gooses. That? Oh my. The ammo cache didn't even give me any sort of ammo that I needed. It just gave me sniper ammo. I literally, I don't have ammo. I don't know what to do here. Oh, I can TNT. Get up. Okay. I don't know what to do. There's like probably next to no way I can do it like this. Like the cannon. Oh, I see it up there. Oh my god, I'm stuck in the door. Thank you.
Now please just stay dead. Sorry. Get away.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Fucking swing, John. What the hell? Alright, so I need to go up again? How did I get up there? That's not even how you get up. What the hell? How do I get over there? Oh. I did not see that when I came in here the first time. But now they're so far. Come here, zombies. Come over here, zombies. Dang. It's like I killed them all after everything. Okay, so if I have anything, I have 1 tomahawk. Can I?
Not now, for Christ's sake.
The answer is no. Alright. A little bit at a time, let's go. A little bit at a time, let's go.
You ain't coming back from that.
Holy shit.
How am I ever gonna get a whore with this mess going on?
Let me loot. Let me loot. Oh my gosh, okay.
You best be dead, mister.
I need some ammo. Alright, I don't really need to be here anymore, I don't think. Yeah, the house is probably fine. Alright, let's quest. This one. These are just towns. This is a quest. This is a side quest, but this is a main quest right here. Move to a more open area. Okay. Yeah, it did find me. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Since when do you do main quests? I do main quests all the time. That's all Red Dead Redemption was main quests over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
Let's go.
Oh my god, he didn't turn around. Okay. Hello? I'm not moving. The pig is moving me.
Yeah. Come on.
Don't fall off the cliff.
Faster.
Oh, that's just a very small rock. You could have gone over it. I wonder, will it always tell me
Come on.
when there's a legendary in the area like it did with this horse? Or did it only tell me the first time and then I need to find the rest?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the fireworks.
Let's go. Come on.
I like want to keep looking for stuff, but I don't think I should be. Am I overthinking it? Like, I want to look for the chupacabra and the jackalope and whatever else it was.
Let's go.
The unicorn and the other horses. I feel like the horses have to be an achievement and I should see it. I wonder what the other ones are gonna look like. So there's war, death, and famine left. So it's so hard to see. No, I'm just looking. No, I'm just looking.
Yeah. Come on. Come on.
So famine's probably gonna be like a scrawny little horse that looks like it hasn't eaten. Now I'm out. Out of bullets. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Did I help? Oh wait, there's more still.
Get away!
Damn. Damn. That kind of sucks, dude. I was right fucking here, but I have this stupid fucking torch, and that's all I have. Look at all this ammo. I can't pick up any of this? Come on. I can't pick up any of this ammo.
I hope you're
That's
really
so
dead.
bummer. Rifle ammo 1. Oh my god, the ammo situation in this
Damn it,
game
hell.
is atrocious.
You best be dead, mister.
Alright, we're out. We're outies. We're outies. Come here, horse. Come here, Lance.
Come on. Come on.
Oh, we have to go under the bridge. Okay.
Yeah. Come on. Let's go.
Zombies. Wait, what are those? Are those just dogs?
Go. Come.
It almost sucks that the 4th is on a Friday because it just means that people are going to be up all night doing fireworks because it's a weekend.
Come on. What the hell is this?
Okay, where's the... Wait, where are the people? Oh, they are up. Okay, what the heck? Oh, they're up on here? Okay, how do I get up here? How do I get up? Maybe I can't. Oh my gosh. I know you're shocked, chat, but I'm out of fucking ammo again for a weapon. What is going on? Oh my god, please move. This is crazy with a fucking pistol. Kill the remaining undead. What do you think I've been doing? Who is left? Holy shit. This motherfucker here is left. Goodbye. 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 Alright, so now are there fucking shops in here? Can I buy?
Thank you.
I need to buy stuff. I'll need to open up a shop. 90 rounds of assorted ammo. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, but I go through it so fast. As the goods, sort of. Okay. Nigel West Dickens.
That'll do.
I just got 11 ammo.
You won't be needing that. Bullshit.
Peter. Okie doke. Oh yeah, can I change my clothes? Didn't it say I got an outfit? Or is it just like one of those things where I unlocked the thing to unlock the thing? Who's here? Who? I'm coming! Oh no. What pets?
I can't thank you enough. Please take this. It's the least I can do.
Anytime. None of us have got much right now. Excuse me.
Easy there.
Okay. Nobody.
All helps, mister.
My Chinese food's almost here. Oh no, I wanted to go rest. I think I have to go upstairs. I think I have to go around and up. My dasher's nearby. No kidding. They're like right outside my house. Alright. Change outfits. Undead Hunter. Scrap? Okay. Survivor mission, Filth Light. Oh, okay. Find and break the mythical unicorn. Yeah, so it was. It was just the what you call it. Some awesome burgers. Really? Anything like special about them, or were they just were good? All right, what am I? Oh yeah, I didn't even quite make it there yet. I don't know why my throat is so itchy.
Somebody get this thing off of me! Goddamn animal!
Get the hell off of!
Come back, I helped you. Wait, that's not my horse. Wait, where's Pestilence? Pestilence fucking die? I think it fucking could. I am here. Okay, just leave it. Just enjoy. Why are people weird? Just fucking leave it.
Let's go.
He randomly understood the joy of medium rare. That's funny. Alright, let me get... I don't know why my throat is so itchy tonight, guys. I'm so sorry. I keep coughing in the mic. What?
Easy.
What is that? It stopped. There was like a ringing.
Come on. Seth. Seth, you okay? What's going on?
Oh, hey there, Tom.
I'm a lo
Fancy a game
mein
of cards?
enjoyer.
Not right this minute.
You remember Moses,
It's pouring and he's playing, but
He's
He's a darn sight more loyal now than he was before. Come here, boy. Come on. Come here, boy.
God, he's so dumb. God, he's so dumb.
Oh,
What are you doing?
we were boyhood friends, John. Moses is having a tough time right now. Ain't you, pal?
What's going on?
We're playing cards. Relax, sit down.
I mean, with the undead walking the face of the earth, you crazy dumb bastard.
That ain't nothing.
Ain't nothing? I seen husbands eating wives, mothers eating sons, graves popping open and the undead rising up. It sure as shit is something.
Oh, boo-hoo. Big tough John Marston has scared a little undead creature walking around. Moses wouldn't hurt a fly, would you, darling? Besides, this ain't nothing new.
Folks in Blackwater blaming it on that glass eye you found.
What? I haven't even been to Blackwater yet.
Folks! Folks! Damn them folks, John Marston! Damn them! And damn you! Get him! Get him, Moses! Get him!
After all I've done for you, Seth. And I thought loyalty
We
was
need a Red Dead
important to you.
3 with Sadie as the main character.
You can't hurt me. Moses,
I haven't
get him.
played 2 yet, so
Go!
Yeah.
Get him!
Get
I don't know
him,
how I
Moses.
feel about a 3.
Looks like
I'll
your
play
dog
2
lost
after I
his
finish
bite,
this.
Seth. Now what the hell's going on?
The dead have risen, and a virulent plague is
Should start Jeff.
turning
Should start
people
Jeff the
into
horse.
flesh.
Red
eating
Dead Rejection.
crazies. What the hell you think's going on, genius?
But why?
But why? Why? Why not? Why not? Why the hell not?
Because it ain't natural.
Who made you Mother Nature and Mother Superior all at the same time? Who made you, John Marston? Same as made me, same as made Moses.
Is there a cure?
These things tend to fade away. Now, if you want to get rid of it, you should go clear the graveyards. Either that, or stop worrying and become one of them. Now, if you excuse us, we got good times to remember. Happy times.
Okay. See you soon then, Seth.
Organize your cards, dude. Is he gonna eat him now?
Come on, Moses. It's your deal. Diamonds are trumps. Come on.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Come along now, Marston. You're making Moses go all shy. You ain't exactly a rat.
I'm so sorry, guys.
I've had better
I don't even know where
conversations
this is
with my own
coming from.
armpit.
Okay. We're gonna save. I'm gonna go grab my food. I will be right back.
Must be crazy.
Okay, I am back. I am going to eat, but I'm gonna turn my camera off and keep playing at the same time. All right. So I'm assuming the skulls are graveyards, right? Yeah, okay. Now, the other main quest is over here. What'd you end up with, Azarl? My food just got here. Alright, let's start this one along the way, I guess. I'm kind of sad about Pestilence, though. I don't know how Pestilence died. It's crazy that one of the horsemen, the horses of the apocalypse, can die.
Let's go.
A bottle of pop and a quarter pie. And a shawarma wrap? Oh my gosh, that sounds so great.
Hey, you! I hear tell there's a safe town nearby. Can you take me?
Get on, but hurry.
Alright. Escort the survivor to town. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, don't worry. We got not Jeff.
Yeah.
It's very hard to eat and control the horse.
Come.
This is really hard to eat. Control the horse. Why? Why is my throat so itchy?
I won't forget you. I'll give you a quickie later.
You're welcome. Now get inside
Holy shit.
somewhere and board up the door.
She said she would give me a quickie later. What are you having for dinner? I have some vegetable lo mein and some fried rice. My horse just killed itself. My horse just fucking killed itself. I don't even, like... What the fuck? Look at my horse just killed itself. Do you see it? She said quickie. The subtitle said quickie. I can't believe... Did anyone else see that happen? Oh my gosh. I have to wait because my horse killed itself. That's what happened to Pestilence? I have no idea what happened to Pestilence. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Nice big bowl of ramen. Oh, that sounds so good. Fell down a steep hill or something. Pestilence, you mean?
Come on.
I'm not sure. Hopefully it doesn't, like, make it not count us not collecting it.
Whoa.
I heard the ringing again. I hear it. What is that? Well, shit. What's the ringing?
Whoa. Yeah.
I hear it every once in a while.
Let's go. Yeah. Come on, come on.
Wait, where is it taking me? You must save this town before.
For the love of all that's holy.
Sorry. I don't understand what's going on. I have not had this cough until I literally started streaming.
Come on.
Dang, this one's crazy. This town's crazy.
I lived a peaceful life until these things came along.
Can I talk to you like this? How do I get up there? Oh, I don't.
Do you have any ammunition? I'm desperate.
I'll try.
It's a cryptid. I don't know. I only hear it every once in a while, and every time I've stopped to look, I can't. Like, I can't look because I keep getting, bombarded by zombies.
This is getting ugly. See you in hell.
Oh my gosh, I don't know where this cough just suddenly came from. Smoked since this morning, so that's also strange too. Because it's not that.
time around.
I don't really vape much at all anymore, honestly, Wolfie. It feels like, if I'm being honest, it feels like it's some chest congestion that has seemed to just kind of worked its way. And it's like breaking up. Because when I take like a deep breath, it makes me cough. When did you make that shift? I don't know. Maybe like 2 months ago or something? I mean, I might take a puff here and there of a vape on stream, but it's almost exclusively just flower now. It might be too dry. I've had the AC on in here all day. What made you stop? I don't know, to be honest. I feel like, I don't know, vapes just like stopped getting the job done.
Excuse me, sister.
Oh my gosh, every time I unmute my mic to talk, I have to cough again. It's definitely in my chest though. I can feel it. Like if I take a deep breath.
This'll do. Thank you.
I actually just saw that, Wolfie. When I went to go check my food, I had gotten a push notification from something I follow on Facebook. Oof, okay.
Well, thank you.
That was a big cough. I'm actually sweating. I just coughed so hard. Hopefully I got some of it out.
First hell walks the earth, then you turn up. Could my week get any worse?
Nice to see you too, Miss McFarland.
Oh, I thought you'd be dead. I heard things were bad in West Elizabeth.
Sure,
Yeah, Michael Madsen was a couple days ago too.
but it'll take more than an apocalypse to take me down.
What are you? A demon or a cockroach?
Both, I fear. How's your father?
Fine and dandy. He should be coming out of that barn any moment now. Daddy!
The composer of the
What's he
X-Files
doing in the
theme.
barn?
I didn't think I knew that one.
John's here! Mr. Marston, you remember? That idiot bounty hunter.
What was he doing in the barn?
Just rounding up the undead and keeping them safe so the rest of us can go about our business. He's a real man. He's probably playing around with them. Daddy, stop teasing me!
Oh no, is he dead?
Now come on now!
Oh no, is he dead?
How long's he been in there?
Not long. Only since yesterday.
Oh yeah, he did.
Yesterday? I better go have a look for him.
Would you, John? You are kind. Call out to me if you find anything.
I will do.
Have you met Abigail? I know.
Where you been? Come on! Stop me now!
Why doesn't he jump? Why doesn't he jump? It drives me crazy. John! Oh my god, okay. Jump. No! Okay, well, maybe that's not the way. Wait. Oh my. I hope you die because that was so stupid. Oh my god! Grab it! I'm gonna lose my shit. I swear. Grab this. Thank you. Oh, my hand is on fire. Okay, that's fine. Grab it. Okay. Now, grab it. Thank you. Shh.
No!
Oh no, is one of them gonna be her dad? Oh my god, I tried to fucking grab the ladder.
You're going down, slow mind. See you next time around. Drew, are you in here?
Yep, I knew it. I knew it. I am sweating from coughing so much, guys. It's disgusting, actually. It's
Sorry, Mr.
disgusting,
McFarlane.
actually.
You were a good man.
I genuinely don't know what just happened and why I suddenly can't stop coughing. Maybe I'll get some Mucinex. Is it actual resolution, all this? What is it? Wait, where is she? Wait, what? Wait. Why didn't it give me the marker for Bonnie? That was weird. I can hear it. I can literally hear it when I take a deep breath.
Well, John.
Yeah.
You always do bring sunshine to my life.
I'm sorry about your father.
Hold on, I do have an inhaler.
I'd like to say he died doing what he loved.
Hold on one second.
But he never was one for eating folks.
Okay, let's see how that
Slathering
works.
from the lips and howling at the moon. I guess I'll content myself with saying that he
I mean, it's kind of
died
like
protecting those he loved.
low-key shitty that they end up killing her dad off in this like broken DLC.
Well,
Take care of yourself, Bonnie.
And is that it? Is that the last we see of Bonnie?
you too, John.
Sag. Is it canon? I don't know. I mean, would it how would it not be canon? It's released. You know? Suruptic, how are you? Welcome in. How's it going? It's Undead Nightmare. It's, yeah. Exactly. The nightmare is undead. What'd I get? 11 ammo. They really don't like giving out ammo.
The world has gone mad.
Alright, what's next? Alright, I guess we'll do that. There's usually one official one. Yeah, like how my ending of Resident Evil 7 was the unofficial one. So when I played 8, everything I did in 7 didn't matter.
Yeah.
Keep going. Oh no, I plan on going. Wasn't really gonna stop playing.
Come on.
I do want to get the other horses though. Oh, Dave, I don't know if you were here and you heard me ask the question earlier, but I would like to know. Do you happen to know if it's going to tell me? Because like how it popped up the first time and it was like, there's a legendary creature in the area. Will it do that for every single one?
Whoa there. Even during the apocalypse, folks
One more
find
undead than a stranger to it. Okay. Oh, I have my fucking shotgun again. Hold on. 1, 2. I think I won, buddy.
I can't believe it. Oh well, I'll pay up.
Bad luck, my friend.
I think so. So you'll probably spot it. I know, but it was just really helpful because it was like, there's a legendary creature around, and I was just able to like stop what I was doing and go look for it. That inhaler helped already. I can still feel a little bit of scratchiness in my chest, but feels fine. What's that?
Better off dead.
There's the bowl. Okay.
Come on.
Weird. Someone's offering a free DT. What's DTF? They claim they don't know how to really work it. Doesn't work right, but I could figure it out. Oh. Kind of reminds me of old Doom levels. Can I be honest with you guys, chat? I've never doomed. Actually, I think I've doomed before, but like one of the old Dooms where it's like pixel graphics, but I don't have like any really memories of it.
Come on. Let's go.
What's this? Oh, a graveyard. Duh. Hoots Chapel. Okay. So I gotta burn the coffins, right? That's what I do in here. Burn the coffin. Burn the coffin. Hello, burn. And press on the fabric. I mean, you don't have to like... You don't have to get into the t-shirt business. Just make fucking t-shirts for your family and your friends. And so like I have a t-shirt that I printed that I love, and I get compliments on it all the time, and people ask me where they can get it, and I'm like, nah bro, I just printed it because I thought it was funny. Half-Life. I have... Something gave me Half-Life. I don't remember what it was, but I bought something and it was like, here, you get Half-Life 1 and 2 for free. And I was like, that's so strange, but okay. So I have Half-Life 1 and 2, apparently, for some reason. Ooh, buddy. Bro. Bro! Oh my gosh, I was tricked. You should play... Yeah, and I played Portal 2 with Bubbles, remember? Alma Corlick. The truth sets us free. I bet that's how you got it. Maybe. Should just take one? That's it. Okay. Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, then Doom the Dark Ages. I think Doom 2016 Doom is on the Steam sale now for like super cheap.
Slim pickings off the
It's just a
undead.
looter shooter, right? Just like a bullet hell looter shooter
miss
kind of thing.
fresh corpses.
Pretty much, yeah. Just fun gameplay. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I thought. Wait, what? Okay, what? What came up with a prompt?
Damn this godforsaken shithole!
That was weird. What is this red dot here? Nothing? Oh, that's telling me to go here. Okay. Dinner for 2. So here's the other alright, so let's hit this one. And then we'll go like this and back around. Main thing is focus on killing demons. Listen, I like mindless shooting fun.
Come on.
All of those games can have their own place. I want to get into Dune as well, because Dune seems like right up my alley. But I can't justify spending it. Like, spending that much money right now.
Sweet Mother of Mercy!
I streamed on Saturday with Gigi. And I'm pretty sure it was on Saturday when I streamed with Gigi that you made the chili. So 6 days ago, yeah. Oh, fuck. Look at that guy. Did he have like an axe in his head or something? That's crazy. This guy's horse is being shot. A dead body. Oh my god. Are you dead? The new Doom has a cool soundtrack. I do remember people saying that. Rest is cool, but only Arthur could be cooler. I'm kind of pumped to get into 2. But I'm afraid that 2 is going to take so long that I might, like, lose a lot of people's interest, if that makes sense. Like, I notice that happens a lot. Like, when you play a game that people enjoy, they'll kind of stick around for the first couple streams of it, but they don't stay for the whole thing if it takes too long, which I find very strange. Like, don't you want to see how it... Don't you want to see them react to how it ends? Isn't that the whole point? The scramblers are funky. Like the scramblers. Eating more stuff. Oh, yeah, I've been having that problem a lot lately too. Not in the same sense as you, but like, I'll like get something and I'll have a couple bites and I'll just be like, I'm not enjoying this. And it's just like wasted food. What the? Oh, I thought I died. Total departure from the regular game. I'm enjoying it for sure. I mean, it's a total departure in like that it's silly and it's goofy, but so like the mechanics are still the same, you know. Excuse me. And I sneezed again after I turned the mic back on. I love it. Thank you. Thank you for the blessings. Okay. I don't like getting stuck on the dead bodies. I feel like that's just...
You're a joke.
Like, get rid of their hitboxes after that. During their whole stream, they would stop. They are not supposed to do it there. My next door neighbor back home in Connecticut used to do fireworks, and they would do them at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, like during the week. Like they would just do them until they like would run out or some shit. Like, and my poor dogs used to just be like, they would just be trembling for like the whole month of July and like the whole month of August. And we would call the cops, and the cops would show up, and they would just stop, you know. Tatiana, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? You are playing some Switch 2? Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2? That's awesome. Do you feel it's any better or any more fun or anything than for the regular Switch? How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with our good friend Tatiana. How was your stream? How's everyone doing? Where is it on the roof? Let's see if it's on the roof. My cat has anxiety and PTSD and is not doing... I know, it's terrible. It's terrible. Everybody, thank you so much for coming in on that raid. Welcome in. If you do not know who I am, hello, hi, my name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want. That includes lots of different things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, and everything in between. If you've never been here for a raid, I've got a little video that I like to play just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. I'll see you guys in just a few moments. I hope you enjoy. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oop. And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally... Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Run to get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg. It's soup. It's soup. Where are the Vajuzhans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. thank you so much for the raid, Tatiana. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I hope you had a wonderful 4th of July. We are finally making our way through the Red Dead Redemption DLC, Undead Nightmare. We finished we finished Red Dead a month ago now. We finished Red Dead at the end of May. And then Elden Ring Night Rain came out and that took over my life for a little bit. But we're finishing this now. You're still trying to find that website you want to save too? Save hundreds of money by switching to Doodoo Poo Poo. My day was okay. It was a very relaxing day today because it was my first day off from work since the big move, which, as you guys know, has been taking up about the last 2 weeks of my time. Hundreds of money. So I'm excited to finally be settled in at work.
Let him go. Come on, boy. Hey. Well, try to.
I have so many games I want to play. I just can't like focus and like do them.
Sorry, boys.
Like I want to do Red Dead 2 after this.
Hello, John.
And then I think we might do
Welcome to Paradise.
I think we might do Claire Obscure after Red Dead 2, but I don't want to do Claire Obscure before it gets too
Might have known
old.
you'd survive.
What's going on?
Maybe we'll
Well,
do
look
Claire
like I
Obscure
could
then
deal
Red
with the
Dead 2.
undead.
Hell no.
Well, then how would I know? My job is
If you
Take
haven't, just
care
pick up
of
a
the
health.
folk who live here.
I actually just bought I just bought both of them. They were on sale. I haven't played them yet, but I just bought them.
How's that going?
How's that going? Well, let me put it to you this way. Cattle rustling and bank robbery are at an all-time low. But murder, blood drinking, and psychotic episodes seem to be somewhat prevalent. Either that, or I'm dreaming.
That's what I'm hoping too.
How was it getting in here?
It was crazy.
Oh, they must be hiding again. They come in and then just disappear. Town's been nearly overrun a couple of times. Now we're low on ammunition.
Oh my gosh, now they're right outside my window.
I'll help you clear the place out if you like.
You're a good man, John Marston. But before that, I'm gonna need my deputies back.
What happened to them 2 clowns you had before? Gone?
Maybe. I sent Jonah off to look for Eli. They both
Wow,
been gone
that
for several
inhaler
hours
really
now.
helped.
Who'd want to eat one of them?
That's a good question.
Where'd you send them?
Out near the general store. Jonah's got one of these new guns. I'm sure he can't run into any trouble. These things, they'd stop an elephant.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I'm sure you got your own troubles.
Okay, look for Jonah and Eli in and around Armadillo. Am I in? I am in Armadillo. Armadillo. General Stowe? Hello?
Hey, mister.
Hey, Pard.
You seen a couple deputies nearby? Marshall's boys. Jonah and Eli.
Are they Jews, mister? They sound like Jews.
What the fuck?
I don't know. Why?
Why? This whole thing is nothing but a Jewish plot. You do know that, don't you?
What the
I
fuck?
find that highly unlikely, amigo.
Well, I don't like Jews. Or colored folk. Or natives, now that you mention it.
Well, you're a nice, kind-hearted man to meet in a time of trouble.
Kind does not come into it.
Why? What are you talking about?
Why? I bet you like Catholics.
What the fuck?
I can't stand them neither. Nor women. Fabians, socialists, homosexuals, Asians, or British. Between them, they've ruined this country. Ruined it. It was a good country once. Now people are eating each other, and it's all the fault of the Jewish, British, Catholic, homosexual elite.
The
and
Jewish,
their
British,
ideas.
Catholic, homosexual
Well, I, for
elite.
one, won't stand for it.
Damn them.
Have you ever met a Jewish person?
Thankfully not.
Or, British Catholic homosexual?
Not in my store. Oh, I get it. I see you acting clever. Well, let me tell you this. The Jews killed Lincoln. That's why there is a triangle on the money.
Gosh, that was so funny.
And they run Europe like one of them Arabian harems. Now they've sent this here plague to kill all us decent folk. Yep.
I vaguely remember him saying some shit
A
too.
remarkable fella.
Thank you kindly.
I must say, it's a rare pleasure to meet someone with such a grasp on human history. You take care of yourself. I'd hate to see you get savaged by someone and watch the life force drain from your hate-filled body.
Hey, hold on there. Why don't you join me in my fight, sir? It's not too late.
I fear it is for me.
Can I
Then I will
allow
fight
him to
them
get killed?
alone. All of them. America is the land of the free. And that means free to people like me, Herbert Moon.
Absolutely.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. You can't make me the moon. I like to say that too, racist man. Shit, crazy. You can't eat me on the moon. Looks like an ad's about to start. Alright, how am I supposed to just find these dudes? Hello? 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 Sir? Wait, no, that's too far. John! Oh my gosh, was that Herbert Moon? Here, Wolfie, this is for you. I think that was the zombie version of that man. Alright, so... they're supposed to be here. Oh no. Oh
Hello,
no.
boys. Marshall sent me and needs some help. Guess you got other plans.
No.
Seriously, enjoy your meal, no problem.
Wait, they were eating each other and they were both
Easy
already
now, gentlemen.
zombies?
Remember all the fun times we had?
They were eating each other even though they were both already dead? That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Wait, then I go to the M. Okay. That's what I thought. Now I'm gonna rob him too. Look at that. Jewish, British, Catholic, homosexual.
Hello, John.
Hello, John.
Marshall.
So, you find the boys?
I did.
I found them.
I understand. I hope it was fast for them.
It was fast. And they died with their bellies full. Well, one of them did.
Good.
That there's Jonah's gun.
Here, you keep it. After all, you earned it.
Thank you.
Sebastian
Take care of yourself,
Melmoth.
John.
You too, Marshall.
Dinner for two completed. Nice. Hold on, I have to blow my nose again. Okay. There we go. Now where? I guess we can go to this graveyard. Yeah, I guess we'll go to that graveyard. Then that one, and then that main quest. I guess that's what we'll do. Alright, not Jeff. And also not Pestilence. This horse sucks.
Come on!
I wonder what makes those
things. Let's go! Look at how much no stamina I have. Yay! This horse sucks.
I'm here. Help me.
Easy. Faster!
Listen, guys, she was gonna turn into a zombie. That's the second one I found already. Chill. That's the second one, okay? I know she's gonna turn into a zombie. I just got it out of the way.
Faster!
Horse strike. Exactly. Like, I already know the result. I already know the result. No. Stop. No. Okay. Clear the graveyard. One for you. One for you. Goodbye. Okay. Bye. Goodbye. Reload. Oh yeah, there's always like a stupid boss one at the end. It's right. What the frick? No, trying to run. Nice. Return to. I'm in the graveyard. Chill. Turner, killed by a blow to the head on the 15th of January. He'll never dance with another. Or dance with me, bitch. What did I trip on?
Sorry about that.
Fast on this graveyard? I know, I'm getting good. What am I stuck on? Oddfellows Rest. Cleansed. Cleansed. Alright, let's get some ammo. Let's get some
Gifts from the
ammo.
other side, mister? Man, you stink.
Okay, is that it? Is that it for looties? Looties? Oh, looks like it. Okay. Now, we're gonna go to this graveyard. And then we're gonna loop back to that quest. Let's go! Maybe we'll get a cool animal on the way. So the only 2 more that I know, well, there's 3 more that I know. You have to get a chupacabra, you have to get a jackalope, and then there's the unicorn. But I wonder if there's others. Oh, these guys are dead. Who is screaming? Is it the zombies?
Bigger they are, harder they fall.
You son of a gun, help! Town safety! Wow. That's fun. Nice. This town has been saved. Let's go.
Seth, I'm sorry about all the insults.
Sorry about all the insults? Is that what he just said?
Damn. You're joking.
You're
Seth,
a joke.
Finally, I've joined you.
Did he record different lines for this? I mean like the idle lines, not the like cutscenes, obviously.
Come on.
Oh my gosh, it's so hard to drink. It's so hard to drink and drive.
Yeah. Come on.
An encounter towns have been added to your map. Okay.
Come on. Come on.
A new part of the soundtrack? Ooh.
Whoa.
Terrible wide. Alright, let's go. Burning the curfins, burning the curfins. Burning the curfins. Ooh, saw that lightning snap, that was kind of cool. Yeah, the music is definitely different, I hear it. Clear the graveyard. Oh my gosh, I'm wasting so much ammo just not hitting him in the head. Okay, that should be.
Now what next?
Oh my gosh, that's not it. Where's Boss Man?
This is where the ball.
Bruh. Bruh. No. Oh my god! The ragdoll. Whoa! That's new. Retcher undead hurl toxic fluids. Yeah, I saw. He didn't hit me, but I saw the goo. Dude. There it is, okay. Killed by gunshot, 1911. A humorous... A humorist who... What? Why did that one spin me around? That was weird. Oh, you're gonna die from being on fire? Oh no, you're not. You are? You're not? You're not. Okay. Weird. Tumbleweed cleansed. Okay. Seth at the... No, I'm gonna do the... Filth and other entertainment. Let's do this one. Where is this dumb horse? Is he going all the way around? Oh my god, this horse is so dumb. I want Jeff.
Come on.
I want Jeff back.
Come on.
Or at least pestilence, man.
Yeah. Load up now.
My guy! Oh, I saved your fucking life! You're welcome!
Yeah.
Damn. Everything turns into a weird... Nice. Just gets more trippy as you go.
Come on. Yeah. Faster.
Hi, Key. Thank you for the lurkies. Wait, is that where I'm going? Fort Mercer? Yeah, I guess so. Interesting. Oh my gosh, I have to blow my nose again.
Yeah.
Hey, someone's out there. He ain't one of them. Open the gate.
Howdy, mister. Howdy.
Howdy, mister.
You're gonna be okay.
Step right up. Step right up. Don't be shy now. Don't
Oh
be shy.
my god.
Nature confounds
Wes
us, but
Dickens.
science saves us. That's
Was
the
it
truth,
spicy?
sir.
No.
That's the truth.
No.
West Dickens.
It was just
patented
Chinese food.
tonic.
I don't know. I
The
don't know what it
only
was. I'm gonna be totally
100%
honest. I don't know what it
original,
was.
200% guaranteed
The
cure
inhaler
against
definitely
the
got rid of the
undead
itchiness that
stalking
was in my
this
chest. That was making me cough, but
Not
now my
only
nose is running.
brings health and fitness to the sick and needy, it repels the undead and saves souls. Why, it's a natural miracle.
Do you guys
And
remember how I started buying circle water thingies to drink more water? Well, I don't really like the plastic water bottle because it's like not insulated and like I'm always afraid if I drop it I'm gonna break it. I got a new one. I got one of the new metal ones that they have. So it's still circle, so it's still like the little container thingy that makes it sweet so I can drink more water. But it's in a nice like aluminum like or stainless steel or whatever bottle. So it's actually like this ice is from this morning. And it helps me drink more water, which I know people are like, just drink water, but I don't like water. So flavored water helps me drink water.
it's available now, here at the low,
You should
low
do it,
price
Nikki.
of
I
only
recommend.
100 solid gold coins. That sounds expensive, but what price? Eternal damnation. You, sir, you look healthy. Would you like to give it
He's
a
so
try?
annoying, I know.
sir? Yes,
Anytime
sir.
I had to do
Would you
something
care
for
to
West Dickens in the base
demonstrate
game, I was always like,
undead
oh
defeating
god, what now?
possibilities of this
Nigel,
patented
West
elixir?
Dickens.
No, sir, I would not. What I would like is for you to stop peddling this nonsense right now. 100 gold coins.
Wait,
Well, what price would you pay for survival?
so he doesn't know Nigel?
You tell me, Mr. West Dickens.
Or he does?
You tell me.
Well, since you put it that way, why don't all you chaps all take one for free now? And if you like it, when you like it, you'll know where to find me. You won't find any undead around me. Take it, enjoy. Thanks a lot, John.
These people have lost their families.
But it gets
They've
warm
lost
too fast at
everything.
work.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
get
not my fault.
get one of the metal ones.
I'm just trying to make an honest living here.
No, you're not.
Well,
Just keeping him honest.
Okay, but can I help it if demand is high?
Hi.
I'm offering the people hope, John. It's a precious commodity. The tonic really works. These poor, awful undead creatures can't stand it.
Your mom's the same way.
Come here, take a look.
I wish I wasn't this way, honestly. I wish I could just drink water, but I hate it.
Works like a charm.
Well, it wasn't quite what I expected.
Stuff is like catnip to those bastards.
Well, I need more desert sage and violet snowdrop, and then I know I can cure this foul plague.
Okay, back to doing your dirty work.
Wait.
Now, don't be like that. Don't you remember the good times?
No.
Please?
No, I
I'm
don't
an
remember
old
good times with
man.
you, Dickens.
All right. Here. Take it. Maybe you can use it to attract some of them.
Okay. I'll see what I can do. And thanks. I'm sure this will come in real handy in case I want to meet some new and interesting friends.
What the heck? What the heck?
Interesting.
Find 5 desert sage in Gaptooth Ridge and 5 violet snowdrop in the northern part of tall trees. I don't want to find a plant. And that's main quest? There's really not even a point in killing them at this point. Pie. Oh, what kind of pie? Oh, warm apple pie. Oh my god. I would love some. Go away. Zamboni. Happy Independence Day. All right, what's this? How come it's... Oh, I can't do it until I clear this town. That's why. Okay. With ice cream? Yes, it has to be vanilla ice cream.
Let's go.
Has to be vanilla ice cream. Oh my gosh, my nose is so... My nose is just like a faucet just turned on. It just will not stop running. I'm glad the coughing stopped because the coughing was actually killing me. Wait, where is that? Where?
I'm starting to think you might have a tapeworm. Why, hello there. They don't bite.
What the fuck?
Eat it like a lady now. Mouth closed. There is nothing more important than family. I'm sure you agree.
Sir. You have to realize how dangerous this is. Oh my god. Stop moving your head, lady. You weren't using it anyway. Yes, whipped cream if there is no ice cream. It's funny, but not funny, because yeah, you can literally hear my nose getting full. I know.
Yeah. Come on. Poor bastards. Hold up.
Holy shit. There's a lot of them in this town here.
Not bad, Marston.
Holy shit. I think the answer is my schnoz. My nose is running. I'm glad the coughing stopped, but geez, Louise. I'm not a big fan of the, like, what are they called? Scramblers or whatever? The crawling ones that charge at you. I almost shot my horse. Picked up some the weird thing, like, it just started, like, just now. Like, since I've been on stream, it started. Like, I had the tickle in my throat, and I was coughing. And then I took the inhaler, the albuterol inhaler, which helped, but now my nose is running. So it's like, it was one or the other.
Now there's a
It just, like, relocated it.
Mother and children. No, save me. Come here, camera, come closer.
You okay, mister?
Mr. Marston. Well, I might have guessed you wouldn't have got the lurgy yet.
Not yet. I'm trying to help my family.
Yes, quite the hobby of yours, that.
Sure. Listen, any idea what the hell's going on here?
No, but it's brilliant.
Burn their ass if you can, saves on ammo. I know, I do need to get better at using the melee weapons, but I just think they're so... I don't know, I like range so much better, I guess.
It'll make a fantastic movie.
Who
I
would
want to have a
enjoy
couple
that?
more bites of my food,
What
too.
kind of sick person would like that?
Kind sir, the lowest common denominator. My people.
You're
My
gone,
people.
On the contrary, sir, you misunderstand me. Come now, you're a smart fellow. Allow me to illuminate.
What is in his head?
Listen, Mr. Marston.
Is that a butcher knife in his head?
Is one of those nasty buggers that spits poisonous snot on you. If in your travels you can find a spare one, we can make moving picture history.
You're worse than
Wait,
they
he
are.
wants me to, like, lasso and bring him one?
Each to their own, Mr. Marston. But if you find the time...
Capture a retcher. He really wants me to, like, lasso and drag one over here?
The world has gone mad.
That's crazy. Sorry, I'm just eating a couple more bites of my food. I'm sorry. Just like food all over the place. That would be kind of funny. I did just spill a little bit of rice though. Oops, I'll have to sweep it later. I'll have to sweep it later. Mustache like that is a dream of all men.
How to show man within the beast.
There we go. I just want to eat a couple bites of my food. What's up, gamer? How are you? Welcome in. Yes, my mustache.
Raw base emotion. The fire that connects us all.
He's got a mustache. Look at that one. Alright, so this motherfucker really wants me to drag a zombie over here. That's crazy. Sir, your movie's not even gonna be that good. Doing great. What about you? I am doing so well. Just chomping on some Chinese food. That's why I turned my camera off for a second. But I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Happy 4th if you celebrate. Need to eat. Next you will say you have to pee. I probably will have to pee soon. I've been drinking so much water. Alright, so this is... Wait, where did it say that the zombie was? That he wants? Nope. This one. Gaptooth Ridge. Okay. Gaptooth Ridge, eh? Up here. So all the way back to Seth? Wait, if I rest... I think if I rest, I could fast travel. Get out of here. Travel to destination. Where do I have to go? Fuck. I don't remember where I have to go. Oh, my nose again. I guess Thieves Landing or McFarland's Ranch might be the closest. Let's go to Thieves Landing. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, I am a fellow Americano with a crazy runny nose for no reason. This is crazy. This is crazy. All right. Let's go get Seth, I guess, and then... I guess we'll just see what happens after Seth. Because I feel like bringing a zombie is a terrible idea. I don't support it. I think was it a side quest or was it a main quest? It was a side quest because the Nigel West Dickens one was the main quest. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
Faster!
I'm an espresso. I wish I had an espresso.
Come on, come on!
Do you like what you see, lady?
Oh my god, Seth! What now? An Americano? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I wish I had an espresso. Wait, is her titty missing?
Well, Seth, sorry to interrupt your party.
Hey, John, come join us. We're having a jig.
Well, her
John,
eyeballs
have
falling
you met
out.
Mary Lou? What about
And I think her titty is
Did
missing.
as you asked and cleared out the rest of the graveyards. Doesn't seem to have done much good.
Good? 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 Is that good? Are you good?
Are you good, Seth?
Stop with your nonsense, you annoying fool. What's going on?
The world's turning, John Marston, and the moon with it.
The zombie has a butter mustache? Oh, I missed it. Which one?
Day follows night, and hate follows love. Oh.
Okay, you asked for it, Seth. You either stop dancing and start talking, or prepare to join Moses and the rest of these freaks.
I love Seth. He's
Are you
insane.
constipated, John? You look very angry. You get constipated when you're angry.
Oh, the guy on the violin? Yeah. That's a
Warning
good
you,
mustache.
Seth.
With a powerful
I'm warning you,
mustache.
Seth. I'm warning you. Don't play with the undead, Seth. Don't chase treasure. Don't waste your time searching for treasure and discover only a glass eye. Glass eye. Well, warn all you want, cowboy.
Idiot.
Well, that's a load off my mind. Why didn't I think about that before? Because we weren't dancing.
Hey, John. Well, how are you? Would you like a drink? We got blood mucus surprise. Come on.
Seth, what is going on?
Aztecs. Or Incas. Or it doesn't really matter. It's all the same. Once every 200 years, this land is doomed. That's why we love it. Mexico. Mexico, John. Ah, Mary Lou, may I have the honor? Oh.
You're a sick man.
What would happen if I shot all these zombies? I can't. I can't.
You're stiff as a board.
Crazy. All right. So I guess I just gotta go clear some towns because I have no more main quests. Except for this stupid idiot who wants me to bring him a zombie. Which I feel like is a horrible idea.
Come on.
I want the other horses. I found the first one so quick.
Yeah.
Did you get the zombie gun? No. Guys, we are also... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say we are one follow away, but we just gotta follow. Thank you so much. I think that's 2,400.
Yeah.
Unless we lost one on the way. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
Let's go. Yeah.
Thanks, Nikki. Sarian does approve very much. Oh, this horse has no stamina. I keep forgetting it's not Jeff. It's not Jeff! Is there anyone there? There is. Wait, okay, I hear the jingle. I don't hear it again.
We gotta keep our strength up if we want
Come
to
on,
stay alive.
easy up now.
You want a bite? I guess there's plenty to go around if you be wanting some too.
Sir?
Yup, little bit of whiskey to soak it in, and I reckon this will be good eating. It all started just after the plague hit town, you know. My brother comes home shot up real bad.
Don't eat it, John! No!
Says he don't want them red-eyed demons to get his immortal soul. He said he wanted me to do it, you know, to kill him. I just put the pillow over his face. But the thing is, you see, I was real hungry.
Good night, gamer. Thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping in and saying hello.
Store, so I cooked him up in a stew and I ate him. He tasted damn good.
Why are you telling
Is that
me
it?
this?
That's the end of this quest? Alright, I'm just gonna rob him. Bye. That's Jeff and New Horse. Mix up their favorite coffee order.
This ain't right.
Okay, talk to the survivor and find out who you can help. He's alive, Joe. Sometimes they don't shoot when you go into the eagle eye mode or whatever. Killer baiting undead. Yeah, gotcha. He's not dead, okay. I should just shoot both of his arms.
Next time, try not believe it.
Okay, so it looks like you have to headshot them. Like, it's not even like a, oh, if you just shoot them 17 times. There's a gun that makes you not have to scrounge for bullets. I'll have to find it. Hopefully.
Useless.
Oh, TNT. We love a good TNT.
More valuable than gold now.
Okay. Excuse me. Holy rude. Now where? Oh, Great Plains is under attack. Alright. I just want to find this horse, man. Oh my gosh, stop getting stuck on nothing. Look, some Coca-Cola.
Thank you all very much.
Alright. Travel to... Oh, I can't go there because it's under attack? Alright, so what's the closest to there? Thieves Landing, maybe? Or Manzanita Post? I mean, I guess I'm not that far. Whatever. I suppose I'm not that far. Come on, not Jeff. Come on, not Jeff. War, famines, pestilence, and death. Yes. Yes. War, famine, pestilence, and death. Yes, correct. The horseman for death rides on a white horse. So I imagine the horse for death will be white. If they actually like follow like the lore, the war one will be red. The pestilence one was supposed to be green, but I think the green like what you call it around it was oh oops apparently. Wait, did I not get it? He's alive, he's fine. Behold a pale horse, yeah. Pale horse, white horse usually is how it's portrayed. The war is the red one. Pestilence is the green one. I don't remember what color famine is. 8 minutes! That's crazy. Oh yeah, I need to get flowers for West Dickens. I don't even remember what kind. What about up north in tall trees, though? Okay, we're back in Blackwater. Okay. See ya, bees! Where the heck is everybody? Where is everybody? Oh no, the popcorn's on fire. Hello?
I need some
Hello? What do you need? Here you go, here's some sniper ammo, I guess. Do you need some sniper ammo? Oh my gosh, hello? Do you need ammo? No? Okay. What? Oh my gosh, I need to get down on the ladder. John, don't do it! John, don't do it! John, God damn it. What was your snack? What was your snack?
Not my day. For Christ's sakes!
What does that say? The dead have risen. Okay. Alright, so what, like, what am I supposed to be doing here? The explosive rifle, okay. Find the first map in a chest at a wilderness camp and find the treasure. Find one of the 4 horses of the apocalypse. Oh, it's, oh, death. It says death, but maybe it's not actually gonna be death. Rathskeller Fork. Where's that? Didn't I do that already? Oh, I did. That's way up here. Okay. So let's go to Ridgewood Farm. From here. We can. Blackwater Hotel. Oh my gosh, why is this like this? It's all the way on the 3rd diggity floor. Okay. Fast travel to, what did I say? None of those, what? Ridgewood Farm. There it is. Maybe I missed it.
Oh, I have an undead steed. But it may not always listen to commands, it says. What? Okay. It just pushed me. So it said it has, did it say unlimited stamina or lots of stamina?
Come on.
But it may not listen to you, it says. Zombie horse! Rawr. Cubed meat and cheese cubes. Cubes. Oh no!
Try getting up from that! Man, I'm in trouble now. Quick, little fucker!
Help me! For the love of God!
Did I get it?
I can never thank you enough.
Okay, good.
What are you doing out here anyway? Ain't you seen what's going on?
Ain't you seen my zombie horse? Ew, what's in its neck? Oh, those are the bones. It's just like weird because pixelated graphics.
Come on! Faster!
I really should be stopping for these herbs for West Dickens, but alas.
Yeah! What the hell is this?
I need to pitch a post my horse. Sorry, this is important. Sorry, this is important. Oh no, where's the dog? Somebody save the dog. Save the dog. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is crazy. Why haven't he like got with that bait? Let's go over there. Soft shot. Let's go. Wait, is the dog a zombie?
Dead now.
I'm like saving the dog, and I think the dog's a fucking zombie. Yeah, clearly. Hey, how I shoot you? Please, explosive rifle, let's go. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah!
Unlucky.
Sweet. Okay, time to blow my nose again. Sorry.
Now, this is really low.
This is repulsive.
I apologize, this stream has been so disgusting with bodily functions. Oh, there was a thing up there. That would have been fun. Oh well. Exactly, face to face. I ain't scared no ghost.
Thank you kindly.
I ain't afraid no ghost. Oh my gosh, the fireworks must be like literally next door. Oh, okay, sure. Guess that's the way we're going instead. Alright, zombie horse, let's go. Alright, now where? Hold on. Now where? This. Captured breach. This one is not faster because it's gonna be like, but maybe this one. But it does look cool. It does have unlimited stamina or high stamina or something. So like at least there's that.
Come on. Yeah.
Which is not anything special, but it's better than not Jeff, who was running out of stamina.
Go.
Gotta find. I know. The other one just like appeared, and it was just like, "Hey, there's one near you." Silent Stead.
Yeah.
We'll have to look. We'll have to look it up.
Come on.
Christopher Reeve. Aw. R.I.P. Oops. Alright, I need to start getting herbs for West Dickens.
That's what I've been after.
Desert Sage, was that one? Yep, okay. See?
Let's go.
Look what happens when you actually do quests.
Come on.
And then the other ones was like Snow Violet or something, which is up north. Oh, hiccups. Hip-ups. That makes sense, but I forgot. That makes sense, but I forgot. I thought I was dead though, for sure. What the, how am I missing? Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding? How is every single shot missing right now? Holy crap.
Everlasting torment.
Must have run out of, okay. Ran out of explosive ammo. I don't want that one though. I guess I'll go with this one. Oh, my nose is running. God, get up! What the hell was that? Again. Is this one that's up? Where's this one that's up? I hear ringing again. Are you... I can't get up. Louise. Dynamite. That's safe. That seems safe. Wait, this isn't a looties? This is a liar's looties? Ridiculous. Crazy ass Marson. Nah. Just gotta get down on their level. It's easier to kill them. Can I loot, please? Like, nothing? No loots?
That's all you've got for me?
No loot. There we go. Okay. Now. My only quest is this one? Like, this is stupid. I don't want to do this quest. This is dumb. Filth and other entertainment. So I either have to do this one for Wes, or I have to do this one for McKenna. Alright, let's get some plants, I guess. 3 more plants for West, and then we'll go get more plants. I want to get some, like, I want to get the other horses. Like, do these... See, like, there's horses here on the map. Then then there's a horse here. And then I saw there's another. See, there's horses, like, but I don't know if these mean these are hunting grounds. Like, what the fuck is this? Is that a bear? Uh-oh, I'm out of tissues. I need to put more. Because it's like... These are zombies, those are zombies. That's like a goat. Whatever that shit is. See, but there's another... See that hand thing? I think there's another... See, there's more here. Do these mean anything? But forgot it's all green. Yeah, it's all green and red. Alright, let's head over here, just in this direction. And try to get flowers for west, I guess. Oh.
There we go.
One right
That's
here.
one.
Two more desert sage, and then I have to go up by tall trees to get whatever the other one is. This shouldn't be too hard, though. I kept passing a bunch of plants on the way. Is it still zombie horse? It is zombie horse. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, 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 oh.
Come on. Whoa.
Wait, where are you? I don't see any purple ones. Oh, because it's
Might as
different.
well.
It's fever view. Okay. Fever view. Excuse me, I said it wrong.
Come on.
Oh! Haha! Bet you that's war. I'll bet you that's war.
Deranged creature! Sick animal! Nearly there! I must be dreaming. This is what hell has brought! Foul creature of the night! Whole world gone crazy! Relax now. Nearly there. Freaking nature!
Oh, stop talking shit. Yeah, let's go. Okay, who is this? Let's see if was I right? Is this war? They'll tell me up in the corner. Yeah, this is war. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
How's war's stamina? Insane. War can set enemies on fire. Let's go.
End of day.
So war just tramples everybody. Where is this plant? Yeah, okay, I'm not getting off the horse for that. Let's go. Alright, I need to like mark my horse here.
Come on, come on. Yeah.
Please tell me there's a tie down in here, even though it's abandoned. Yeah, there is right here. Okay. Hitch. Hi, war. Let's go. Look at you. You're so cool. Oh, oops. Okay, so why did I come here? Was it just to try to get one of the guys to bring to what's his name? Alright, I'm just gonna try to get one of those pukey guys to bring him to that guy. I'll just drag him the whole time. Alright, I need a green pukey guy, please. Oh my gosh, my nose. Alright, I need a second because I have to go get another box of tissues, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back with a fresh new box of tissues. Okay. You're back too? That was kind of short, huh? Short fireworks? 20 minutes? Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of short. I mean, I guess they're really not long to begin with, are they? Look, I got war. Look at Wolfie, I got war. Not like, I know, but I was gonna say, like, now that I think about it, fireworks shows really don't last that long anyway. Like, they really don't. Okay, so I came out here to look for one of those pukey guys that I can bring back for Nigel. But I also just saw a plant thing. Wait, can I light plants on fire with this horse? No.
Load up now.
Oh, there it is. It's there. I see it. I see it. I see it. Because they do concert stuff leading up to the actual fireworks portion. Yeah, I think that I was thinking the same thing because the town that I used to live in, like, there was like a whole festival that they would do, like, leading up to the fireworks. And I just, like I said, I just kind of had to, like, use my brain for a second and be like, no, like, they really They really genuinely only do last, you know, 15, 20 minutes. Yes, he can light zombies on fire.
Come.
Alright, where's this? Probably above, I'm gonna guess. Nope, it's right here. Nice. Too many people. Can you see them from, like, someplace else? Like, a lot of times people would be like, oh, we can go to, like, for example, like, we can go to the marina where it's packed, or, like, we can just go to, like, this restaurant or this bar and, like, get a drink and go on the patio, you know? How do I get to where this guy is? I don't think I can get up there.
Let's go.
Go here? Maybe? Yeah, over here, okay. Wait, whoa!
Whoa, whoa.
Oh my god, I almost just killed my horse.
Come on.
I don't know where this guy is now. I don't know where this guy is now. Oh well. Oh, clearly he died. Yeah, he died. Neighborhood pool. Ooh, watching from the pool is probably really actually cool. I've never done that before, but I bet you that's really cool. All right. Let's go. Well, I didn't think I touched the guy. I don't think I touched that guy. I think that he died from whatever the zombies were or whatever was going on around him. Because I don't think I touched him. Oh, I need one of these guys. Wait. I need one of these. I need one of these. Come here. Come here, I need one. Alright. Wait, come on, we're going. We gotta go to this guy. Come on. Alright. Okay. Now, hold on. Now I gotta go to... this guy. Okay. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Wait. How do I get down safely? How do I get down safely? Totally normal, just Red Dead things. No! How am I supposed to do this? I can't put it on. I'm gonna guess I can't put anything on the back of this horse. Like, I don't think I can hog tie it. Can you even hog tie zombies? I haven't tried. I haven't tried to hog tie zombies. All right, I will try it. But I also have doubts about it being able to be on this horse's back. Alright. Oh, you're okay. You're a green guy. Perfect. Okay, get off. Okay, can I hog tie? Can I hog tie you? Oh my god, you can hog tie a zombie. That's absolutely... That's just crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Ma, you're heavier than you
Does
look.
he would be eating me. He would still be trying to eat me. Come on. All right. Can't put victim on. Will you catch on fire though? No shot. Oh no. You ain't feeling too good? Oh no. Yerp.
Ain't nothing a doctor can do for you now.
Yerp. I knew it. I knew it. Can you place a hog? That's crazy. I did not. Like, the zombie would still be thrashing and shit. It wouldn't just be laying here. That's the most unbelievable part of this DLC. Everything else I can stretch my imagination. Hog tying a zombie and putting it on the back of my flaming horse and having it just be chilling is the most unbelievable part of this whole thing so far. Just saying. Flaming horse, got it. Zombie apocalypse, got it. Like I am on board. But yes, yeah, this is what breaks it. Yep. The zombie has just accepted its fate, and it's just like, yep, this is fine. Take me for a ride on this flaming horse, and I won't catch on fire, and I won't flail, and still try to eat anything that moves. I wouldn't be... This zombie would be eating this horse's ass right now, and not in a weird way, like in a literal way. Like, that's crazy.
Easy up now.
How to show man.
Here you go.
Whoa there.
Raw base emotion.
Wait, come back, horse. Stop, horse. Why do you keep moving? This is how my horses die.
Don't die for this in Paris.
Horse. Horse, please. Please. Oh my gosh.
It mustn't come across as too biblical.
Here's your weird thing. But it's not a zombie movie? Oh no.
I see art has got the better of you.
Is it a weird movie?
Me, but I felt I should help an old friend.
I appreciate that, sir. Are you ready to watch the creation of magic?
If you say so.
Wonderful! Let's put the star into his first scene. Right over here. You can put him down here.
He's just tired of actors.
Oh. Lovely. Movie-making history, my friend.
Wait, is he just gonna kill them? Oh, I thought he was just gonna like make a snuff film and just kill them.
Ready, I see you. You're going to be stars. Do something interesting now. And action! Zombies, go! Oh, your hands are eat human flesh. First class, right? That's right. Go.
I said this was a bad idea. I just want that on record. I said this was a bad idea and that we shouldn't do this. But just in case he comes back. No one ever wants to listen to me. No one ever wants to listen to little old me. When I said, this seems like a bad idea. No, it doesn't even give me a chance. It's a cutscene. Come on, Warhorse. But not Warhorse like the movie Warhorse. Like war, comma, horse. Or maybe we should just call him Warhorse. Wait, are you dead? Sir? You are not dead. Neither of you are dead. That's crazy. Okay. Now. Oh, we have to go to Tall Trees to get... What is this? What is this that it won't tell me? Nakoti Rock? Is that what Tall Tree? What is this? How can I go here? I guess, is that Tall Trees? Beecher's Hope? Where the fuck? I need to fast travel there. Let's see where it takes me. Because Tall Trees has the other flowers that I need for Nigel West Dickens. Excuse me. Travel to. Wait, why are you? There we go. That's weird. Oh my gosh, my nose is running again. The recipe? Let me see. Challenges, maybe? Oh, I just have to kill a zombie on horseback with a tomahawk real quick. I don't know. I don't know where that would be. Five Violet Snowdrop. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, though. Okay, so I'm confused where to go, though. I guess Beecher's Hope is probably the closest. And then I'll, like, because what is this? And how come it won't let me travel here? Manzanita Post, maybe, is closer? Neither? Yeah, I don't know where that recipe is. If you happen to want to look it up and tell me, that's fine. But I don't know where it is, though. You looked it up? Okay. Oh, good. I'm so glad it's still war.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm looking for Violet Snowdrop up here. Oh, at the completion. Okay, cool. I just happened to be doing Nigel's stuff, so that's great. What happens if I get one of the other horses and I don't, oops. And I don't want to use it? Like, what happens if I get fucking famine after this? Wait, what am I looking for? This? Hummingbird Sage. Okay, that's not right. It's Violet Snowdrop, so I'm assuming it's purple, but I don't necessarily know. The unicorn I'm interested to see, though, for sure. It was north of Tall Trees, so I'm just going to the little settlement that's up there, I guess. Hoping to find something along the way. Wait, there's something here. Are you Violet Snowdrop? Yeah, you are. Would you break one, get back on the other one before it leaves you, and the new one will follow you? True. Where was it going? Thank you. That's weird. Oh, okay. I think I didn't start going fast yet, because... Are you what I need? Yes, you are. I see it.
There we go.
Okay, I just need 3 more. Horsey, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go find. Oh, look! I already see it right there. 2 more. I might not even get back on the horse. Hi. Oh my god, really? Really? Twice? Damn. It's crazy because I totally shot it. Wait, I can search that? How come other animals I can't search? Undead boar tusks. For what reason? I can't sell anything. This one I can't loot. Okay, cool. It's not a boar. It's just, now it gives me. Now it says I can loot. Where?
This is
there we
something
go.
I
That's
don't
so
wanna
weird.
think
This
about.
game, the DLC is very wonky. Very, very wonky. All right. I just need 2 more flowers. I did not hit that button. But
Let's
thank
go.
you. Oh my gosh, the second I get on the horse every time. Okay, 1 more after this. 1 more. Where? There it is. I see it. Yes. Okay, we got it. Let's go back to Nigel West Dickens now. Find Nigel West Dickens and deliver the flower. There he is. Okay, so if we all right, let's go back to Manzanita Post, and then we'll fast travel over to where Nigel is. Warhorse, let's go! Come on. Okay.
Yeah.
Whee! Oh yeah, I have to kill something with 1 tomahawk on horseback.
Let's go.
Tomahawks are kind of fun.
Come on.
Come on. I just have to kill something from fucking horseback. You know, you're gonna give me an immortal, fucking invincible. I don't even know what they are. They're like goats, but not. I don't know. I don't know.
Let's go.
Let's go. Is there like, I wonder how the horses like come to be. Like, are they certain events that you have to do? Oasis as in like Wonderwall Oasis? Because that's crazy.
Come on.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. sign of the times, man. Sign of the times. People are like, how can we get some more money? Forgot where I need to go. Plain view, I guess. Okay. They're just random. Makes sense. Okay. There's Warhorse. It's a shame Steph's not here because Warhorse, the movie, is actually Steph's favorite movie. Which is funny.
Come on.
Okay. Nigel West Dickens. Let's go. Let's kill something on the way with a tomahawk. I just need something to throw my tomahawk at. Pretty please. Alright, before we go to Nigel West Dickens, there has to be something I can throw my freaking tomahawk at. Here we go. Did I get it? One enemy as a throwing weapon, one as a melee weapon, and one from horseback. I just did that. That horseback one had to be the one I was missing. Alright, there's a throw-in, okay. And then I need one as a melee weapon. That's crazy. Need a hide a key.
Get the hell away from me!
Use it. No, use it as a melee weapon. John, I was clicking. How do you use it as a fucking melee weapon? Like, I don't understand. Like, that's what I was doing. Like, I was clicking and it wasn't, if you do that, it throws. What the heck?
This looks like the one.
I could have sworn the horseback one was the one I was missing because I definitely hadn't done that. Okay, so let's try on maybe not cougars this time. So I clearly just did the horseback. Unless, does it not count if you... Does it not count if you use Eagle Eye or whatever? Undead animals count? I mean, it doesn't specifically say zombies. Kill one enemy with the tomahawk, used as a throwing weapon, one as a melee weapon, and one from horseback. But what's the exclamation point mean? Oops. What? How come the exclamation point's gone now? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I thought the horseback one would have been the one I didn't do. Maybe it doesn't count if you use Deadeye? he gonna kill himself?
Shit! Consider yourself cured.
Oh, okay. I just couldn't use Deadeye. Because I just got it. Okay, so now what's the next one? Kill a flying bat with a tomahawk. Okay. I assume again it can't be Deadeye. Alright, Nigel, here's your shit.
Get off! No! Get off! Get away! Get up!
Another satisfied customer, Mr. West Dickens?
Oh, hello, John.
His laugh is very
hello,
funny.
can't get enough.
As I see.
Get rid of him, would you?
Why?
Well, because we're old friends.
No.
Nah.
Because we'll team up and fight the forces of darkness together.
No.
Is this horse
Because
pink?
I've got something you want. Trust me, you cynical bastard.
Look at the butt is pink.
Oh. Thank you, dear boy. Oh, thank
I want a lowland grimer. I didn't realize it was a lowland.
Oh, did you get the stuff?
Of course.
Oh, excellent. Oh, wait just a minute.
They're just going up being themselves no matter what's happening, yeah. Seth, though, like, Seth is just hurting.
Here you go. Now these should help. If I've got my mathematics correct, they'll blow the buggers apart.
And if you've got your sums wrong?
Oh, ye of little faith. Now listen, John. You're going to need some more serious weaponry. I've got a plan.
The most, I know. He's
gonna
gonna get the most.
Parts at Riley's charge.
Another shopping trip.
Yeah, well, excuse me if my efforts at salvation are interrupting your busy social calendar, John. I'm only trying to help because
we're old friends. I know. You better not be wasting my time.
Me? Never. Perish the thought.
I just hope I'm seeing things.
Okay, phosphorus coating. Find the old parts at Riley's charge and return to West Dickens. Okay, where's that? Oh, okay. It's hard to see because it's green. Everything's green. What's this? Missing souls. What's that? Phosphorus coating is a treatment that modifies the ammo to set undead ablaze with blue fire. Open your satchel with the correct herbs on hand. Okay. That's cool, but I have a warhorse. I have warhorse.
Yeah.
Wait, what am I doing again? Like, I know I'm going to the quest, but what am I doing? Oh, I'm looking for the parts. That's right, that's right, that's right. Oh no, a bat! Wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 wait! Ah! Did I throw it at any of them? Yes! Make it, John, make it! Yes!
Come on!
Alright, what's the next one? What's the next one? Kill 5 enemies in a row without missing with the tomahawk. That I probably won't let me do, did I? Wait, what's that horse? 1. 2. Oh no. Wait, you son of a bitch. You weren't dead anyway. Because these goats won't die. Reviews about to message person. I remember I don't stream anymore, but you could stream. I think I just killed a man. Oh no, that was a zombie.
That should stop you running so fast. Faster!
Yeah, what's this Lost Souls thing? Oh, it's kind of out of the way, huh? Yeah, it's kind of out of the way. Your snowball and your Yeti. I want to get a new mic. I just like... I can't justify upgrading my stream for like any reason, really. At this point, it's just a hobby, like... Don't doesn't mean can't. You know what, Nikki? That's so true.
Come on.
That is true. Okay, so here supposedly are the parts in this area. I am stuck on nothing.
Let's go! Quick, little fucker!
Wait, is this where I'm supposed to go after I've found the pieces?
Come on! Yeah!
Run these motherfuckers over. Run these motherfuckers over. Wait, they can pull me off of Warhorse?
Fight me! Rest everlasting torment.
Oh my god, where the fuck is he? Bro.
Oh, crap. Try this off the side.
I was gonna say, if that does not work, this game is broken.
Bullshit. I miss the fresh corpses.
Where did he come from?
I think I looted you the first time you died.
Why do I have to collect these things? Like, they don't... I can't sell anything, can I? Okay, so it says... I thought it said to get the pieces here. Are you detecting a mic as a USB and XLR? Then you could justify getting an XLR. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't know, I can't justify doing any of that. Like, what I have works, and like, is it the best? No. Does it sound the best? No. But can you guys hear me mostly clearly? Probably like 85% of the time. You know. What the hell? She did not just rip me off my horse in the middle of a fucking deadeye. There's no way. Oh Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me right now with this reloading? Okay, can everyone chill the fuck out for a second? Where's this shit? 25? That's not bad, honestly. Yeah, that's a good price. Where are you going, Warhorse? Let's go. Alright, where? Oh, he's back here. A cure for what ails you. You guys are pissing me off. Stop running? Okay.
Let's go!
Hey!
Come on!
I'm lost! Help me!
What?
Can you take me back into town? Please, it's not safe out here.
Sure.
Right, jump on. It ain't
Get on my
safe out
fire
here.
horse. It'll be totally safe.
Come on! Come on! Come on!
You'll be totally safe on my horse that's on fire.
Come on! Come on!
Here, let's just get you to town, buddy. Let's just get you to this town that's on fire. Armadillo.
Thank you,
Who's
Victor.
opening packages and almost fainted? Someone sent them a sure, and they did it anonymously.
I wasn't just gonna leave you out there.
How much are those?
Yeah.
Those are the streaming that you don't care about having a visible mic all up in your grill. Some people don't. Some people literally like are like this. That's crazy to me. I mean, I don't know.
Come on.
I'm too loud, I think. A $400 mic? Yeah, I mean, some people just have the money like that, you know? I would be like I'd be so fucking generous if I had money like that. Like, I would be just giving my friends everything. By the anonymous part, I'm not. A lot of big gifters don't want... Like, they want the streamer to know who they are, but they don't want the rest of stream to know who they are, because people get, like, weird, and they, like, only start hanging out in people's, like, streams or, like, talking to people because they want stuff. It's weird. I record vocalists, and I have several nice microphones. What's a good mic, Dave? No clue either. Yeah. Some people are like that, where they just like, yeah. They want the streamer or the person or whoever it is to like have the experience of the nice thing, but they don't want necessarily the attention of it. I have a hand-me-down headset with a shit mic. That's so funny.
Let's go.
But I feel like, obviously, recording music is totally different. This sure sounds incredible. I don't know. I keep thinking about it. Like, really, I didn't even really need to buy a new PC. But at least it's better for gaming, which, like, I'll still do even if I don't stream anymore, you know? Which I am still streaming. Don't take that as a saying I'm not streaming.
Where are you, old man? You better not have gotten killed.
Under here!
Get out here.
Are you alone?
No. I brought the great mass hordes of the undead with me. Of course I'm alone.
Well, it's not the undead I'm worried about, dear boy. I kind of like them. It's the normal people I can't stand.
Tension, obviously.
What's happened?
No, don't be like that. I haven't done anything, or stolen anything, or even lied.
Oh, shit.
That much.
What then?
A bunch of people just chased me out of town. They blame me for everything that's happened. I tell you, John Marston, I've been selling health tonics
The radio
for years,
style
from here
sound?
to Timbuktu,
That's kind of
and
cool.
never once has there been a demonic bloodlust or the undead rising up. It's preposterous.
Okay.
No, they want to hang me. Me, an honest salesman.
Honest salesman,
Can you believe
yep.
that?
Snake oil merchant who cried wolf.
Well, yeah, something like that. Well, I'm headed south. I'm headed down to Mexico. I hear things are much better down there. Not to mention the climate and the nice locals, but also the merciful lack of cannibalistic morons with infectious
My new
diseases.
mics are there made for streaming.
Oh, did
Set up
you,
and going all out in a
get the
recording
bits and
setup.
bobs I requested?
I just want...
Sure.
Ah, ha, ha. Excellent.
Again, can't
just
justify
a moment.
it. But I just want, like, a mic that I can, like, adjust
No, I don't.
for different things. Like, I have to go through and I have to make all new mic settings when I have an air conditioner because it sounds all fucked up.
Let's see. No. Ah, ha, ha. Here you go.
I risked my life for this?
A
A
blunderbuss?
blunderbuss? Is this a joke? What is this, 1850?
Oh shit, I
Oh,
didn't realize
ye
it's
of
more.
such little faith. You've been hanging around cattle and killers too long. You've got the compassion of a mass murderer and the intellect of a cow patty.
I'll stick your faith in this gun where the sun don't shine.
This
My mic
is
sounds
the
nice.
weapon of
Good. I'm
choice
glad
to
that
come
you
out of
think
horde
so.
killers everywhere, from Romania to Edinburgh and all the other places the undead roam. You can put
I can
pretty much
definitely hear the
anything into it
difference
and blow
when my
a
air
bunch of
conditioner is
the
on,
buggers
though.
away in one go. Makes your rifle look like a pea shooter.
You better not be lying to me.
Would I lie to you, John?
Oh my gosh, my nose is running
I
again.
do. Others, I admit the occasional sin of omission. But to you, never, dear boy. Now, wait. Yeah. Now, I am headed down to Mexico. Is there any chance that I will see you there?
We shall see.
We
Well,
shall see.
if you're interested, I should be at Solomon's Folly in a few days, trying to figure out a way to get in. I hear the border is not as open as it used to be. Ta-ta!
Ta-ta! Alright. I know it is Friday, and I know I technically could keep going and keep streaming, but I think that this is where we're gonna call it. So that way, next time we boot it up, so we've done 4.5 hours tonight, so like hopefully we won't have too many like half streams of it. I don't know how to, like, so that way like we can do it all in the next stream, maybe, possibly maybe. Oh, I'm definitely gonna finish. I am absolutely enjoying this, but
Who wants me next?
I'm hoping like 4.5 hours and then maybe again like another 4.5 hours. That's like what, 9 hours? That's probably the whole DLC, give or take, right? I am streaming with Gigi tomorrow. Oh, speaking of the devil. Speaking of the frickin' devil. That is so funny. Oh my gosh, that is so fun. Okay, I guess I'll keep going. Let's just we'll see what this side quest is. We'll see what this one is. This dude right here. That is so freaking funny. No. It's perfectly, I promise it's perfectly fine. We'll go see what this side quest is. It's just so funny because I was like, I think I might end here so that way next time when we start up, like, we're like halfway through the DLC or whatever. And Wolfie was like, are you streaming with Gigi tomorrow? And I was like, I am. I'm streaming with Gigi tomorrow. We're gonna play the DLC. And then you literally raided it. I saw you were ending if you want to end. No. You're totally fine. I will, like I said, I will go to see what this quiz is because I have to go to one of these places anyway to save my game. So we had to walk over there anyway. Ma'am, my horse is on fire. It is. It's one of the 4 horses of the apocalypse. It is Warhorse. I had Pestilence, but apparently Pestilence died and I didn't realize it. And then I had a cool zombie horse for a little bit. Oh, by the way, this is Undead Nightmare. If you guys are unfamiliar, this is the non-canonical DLC for Red Dead Redemption 1. Where basically it's the same world as Red Dead Redemption, but it's in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. It's very funny so far. It's been a lot of fun. But yeah, apparently there's the 4 horses of the apocalypse, and I have found 2 of them already. I did a quest where some guy was like, hey, I need you to kill this Sasquatch because this Sasquatch ate my baby. And I was like, oh shit, that sounds pretty serious. Let me help you out with that. And then I go on a Sasquatch murdering rampage, and then I find the Sasquatch at the very end of everything, and he's like, oh my gosh, somebody killed my entire family and now I have no reason left to live. And I was the one that killed his entire family, and then he asked me to kill him because his whole family was dead and he had nothing left to live for. And I was like, that's so weird and unrelated. So random how'd that happen. I don't know how your whole family died. That's crazy. Oh, these guys are dead. Oh, these guys are dead. Oh, these guys are dead. Oh yeah, they're dead. Oh yeah, they're dead. Okay. I tried to help. I'm sorry. Come on, Warhorse. We tried to help, Warhorse. We tried to help. Yeah, it was kind of fucked up. And honestly, first of all, I didn't think Sasquatches could talk. And second of all, I should never trust a man. Let's go. That's the moral of the story. I should never trust a man. Because he was the one who was like, we gotta go kill all these Sasquatches. So I killed a bunch of Sasquatches. Whoa, and mistakes were made. Okay, what is this quest? Who are you? Oh, little boy. Wait, is that my little boy? No. Wait, where's my family?
In a time of enormous crisis, I might have known the government would have you boys doing the work of a common clerk.
Well, thank you for your input, citizen. I'm glad you find life so funny.
My pleasure.
Do you think this poor girl's family finds life quite so funny right
Millicent Waterbury.
I assume she was a common killer.
She's a missing person. Missing presumed dead, I guess. But you keep cracking them jokes.
I'm sorry, mister. I guess I spoke a little out of turn.
She's right there.
I ain't the one you should be apologizing to. Just find the girl. She's 15. Millicent Waterbury.
She's like right there. What do you mean? Is it this is not the same character model you mean to tell me? All right, let's rest. Let's go to bed. All right, which one's our house? This one? Is this our house? This looks like our house. All right. A man, I know. I trusted a man to tell me what to do, and then I committed Bigfoot aside. Sasquatch aside. Man's needed a post is under attack. Alright, I'll do it another time. I'll do it another time. Let me see if I can pass the raid on to anybody else. It is 1 in the morning on a Friday. I so doubt anybody I know is streaming right now. Let us see. Ba-do-ba-doo, ba-do-ba-doo. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here, guys. Yeti side. Yes, GG. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you guys being here. Happy 4th to those who celebrate and that I did not say happy 4th to. Thank you for all the follows today, guys. We hit 2,400 on the dot. Nobody has unfollowed quite yet, so we're still at 2,400, which is amazing. 2,400. That's crazy to me. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, let's see. We can raid Doc. Doc is playing, Doc's playing some Elden Ring. I've played some Night Rain with Doc before. He's been around playing some Night Rain, so let's go raid him. He's really nice. He is really nice. He's playing some Night Rain. I haven't played Night Rain in a hot minute because I fell too far behind, and now I don't. Now I feel like I feel like I feel like a waste. I feel like a waste. I feel like a waste. Yeah, so let's go raid Doc. If we can do the FK raid, because he is a fire keeper. Copy and paste this one, pretty please. Yeah, let's see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow with La GG. Someone in my neighborhood said in the yeah, I hate it so much. Tomorrow with GG, same time, same bat time, same bat channel. And then who you? And then hopefully we can finish this on Sunday. And then I'm knock on wood. God, I really hope my streaming schedule will be back to normal because work should be back to normal next week. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See you guys later. Please make sure to copy and paste the Firekeeper raid message if you have not. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.